What's that?
Oh, yes, I was supposed to tell you that tonight's a training night, so you have to go slower through the whole meeting.
I thought we did that last night.
No.
Oh. Wow. Okay.
Feel no.
Okay. Okay. So Jenny, I'll have you out of here by 10:15. See if La Casita will stay open. Sorry. Okay. We're a start. Welcome. We'll get through tonight. Does anybody have a white Honda in here? Hyundai? Oh, it's only Amber. No, you don't have to move your car. Wow. Okay. So we'll call the meeting to order. So you want to do roll call? Okay. Here. Whoa! First one.
I'm also there.
The complete written request to address the board shall be submitted at the beginning of the open session portion of the meeting. Individuals may comment after being recognized by the board president. Before board discussion of a particular item according to board policy 2350. Do we have any public comments related to closed session items tonight? Nope. Announcement of and recess to closed session. Oh. Welcome to the Tuesday, June 11th, 2024 Victor Valley Community College regular board meeting, Board of Trustees. Tonight, we're going to be working with our new executive assistant, Katie. So,
Go, Katie!
so while I promised Jenny Moran that we'd be out of here by 20 of 8 so she could buy us all tacos across the street at La Casita, we may not make that. So just be patient with all of us.
You're
all
buying
right?
the margaritas though, right, Joe?
I'm buying the scotch.
Oh, the scotch.
Not a margarita guy. So,
Exactly.
that's true.
Whoever said that, I second that.
No, just bring some
All in
extra
favor?
tequila. Yeah.
One more minute. I got a question.
In the matrix.
Is Assessor Chris Wilhite here? There you go. Hi, Chris.
Standing room only.
This is a non-agenda item.
So for those of you standing, Mr. Nolan will report tonight when we'll be in our new building. So we're in that new building, we can have as many people that want to come as possible. So I'm not committing you, John, to hopefully July, but, you know. It was, okay.
It is now. It is now.
Some of us want to get out of here.
I think we need new drywall.
Yeah.
Again.
Do we have overflow?
We do, sir.
So for those of you that are at the back, if you want a seat, there's overflow in the other room. If you want to stand, you can stand, but we also have that big TV screen in there that you can see what's going on.
We
And
do
it's a-
not serve donuts and things like that that are in the back, so you have to get that. Okay, we ready? Roll call? Good.
Trustee Brady.
Here.
Trustee Pinkerton.
Here.
Trustee Wood.
Here.
Trustee Tarpley.
Here.
Trustee DeVerekas.
Here.
Student Trustee Weiss.
Here.
Superintendent President Dr. Daniel Walden.
Here.
Great. Andrew Carvel, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand.
Please rise.
Please take your right hand and put it over your heart. Ready and begin.
I
You may be seated. Thank you.
If you don't get enough of Andrew during the weekdays, you can hear him on Sundays between, 12 and 4 at KFI? But a lot of us don't have AM radios anymore, so that's probably why you're on yeah. Pastor Ralph, would you come up and lead us in our invocation? And thank you for coming tonight.
Sorry.
Just right at the
The
podium.
microphone.
Right at the microphone. Well, you can pull the microphone down, make it as comfortable as you
And
want.
maybe just push the button because it's on pause.
Yeah, push and hold. Push and hold.
When it's solid, it'll be on.
There you
There
go.
it is. You did it.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me. Let's go ahead and bow our heads and pray. Father, we come before you, Lord, and we thank you for your grace, love, and mercy. We ask you today, Father, that you bless this meeting, Lord. Your word says, Lord, where 2 or 3 are gathered, you are in the midst. Father, let us hear your presence here. Let us feel your presence here today, Father. Not only that, Lord, but give us hearts to receive, minds to understand, Lord, and what goes on here today, Lord. And it's such a blessing to have these meetings, Lord, to put everything in perspective of what needs to be talked about, Lord. And I just pray that you give everyone that's leading it, Lord, understanding and wisdom, Lord, to just seek you, Father, and the decisions that need to be made for the people, for the college, for the community, Lord. And that's what we seek for, just your wisdom, Lord, that you be glorified through it, Father God, and that your people will be glorified through it, Father, the college, Lord, and everything that you're doing, Lord, because at the end of the day, you are in control, Father God. So, Father, we love you, we praise you, Lord, and we just lift this time up to you, Lord, anointed, Lord, and we lift it up to you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
God
Thank you.
bless you guys.
Thank you. God bless you too. Next item is very special for those, how many that are here were here last night? We had quite a turnout. So While Dr. Walden will be proceeding up here to give our brand-new trustee, Laura, her swearing in, we had 29 people apply for the trustee position. 7 did not live in the district. We had 22 that qualified. Out of that, 14 made the cut. 12 people were here last night. Two were not. We had two people speak. And after a reasonable conversation, we selected Laura, and we welcome her. We think she's going to be a great addition. And we had a lot of great candidates last night. We were all very impressed. So, thanks.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Laura Devericus,
I, Laura Devericus,
do solemnly swear that I will support
solemnly swear that I will support
and defend the Constitution of the United States
and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I shall bear true faith
that I shall bear true faith
and allegiance to the Constitution
and allegiance to the Constitution
of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
of the United States and the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation,
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
that I will well
that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, trustee.
Laura, would you like to take a minute and tell the audience who you are?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm so excited to be sitting up here. I have some experience in education. I was a elementary and middle school teacher for years. Now I'm a local business owner. I own a small preschool in Apple Valley where I get to work with toddlers, and I'm also an administrator there. I feel so strongly about education within the community and creating environments in which students feel respected, recognized, and free to make mistakes and learn in the way that they learn best. So I feel like this is really a great place for me. I've met this team, and I'm so excited to work with them. They're fantastic people, and I've been met with nothing but like a big welcoming. So thank you all very much. I'm really happy to be here.
Welcome. We hope you're here for a really long time. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, closed session report out.
The board convened in closed session at 5:30 PM. All 4 board members were present. Appointed trustee Laura Devericus was present but did not participate. Item 2.1, conference with legal counsel. Consideration of tort claim of Annalene Mercado. On a motion by trustee Tarpley, seconded by trustee Wood, the board voted 4-0 to approve resolution of the claim in the amount of $2,071.10 plus reasonable rental car expenses. Item 2.2, conference with legal counsel, potential anticipated litigation pursuant to Governor Code Section 54956.9. On a motion by trustee Tarpley, seconded by trustee Wood, the board voted 4-0 to approve resolution of the matter paying $1,544 for back pay to a part-time faculty member who was placed on administrative leave. Closed session adjourned at 5:45 PM.
Thank you. Do we have that little event that you want to do, the cake deal now?
This would be the perfect time to do it.
So Dr. Walton's going to make a quick announcement here. And Chris, we're going to get to you. We just have a quick little detour.
So, for more than a quarter of a century,
Four
Michelle
score
Painter
and 25
has
years ago.
served faithfully at Victor Valley College in many, many positions. For the last 5.5 years, she has been the senior executive assistant to the superintendent, president, and board. And she has elected to use this thing that we get in public service called PERS, public retirement system to retire at a very young age, very much too young. But anyway,
Much
she's
too
retiring effective June 30th. And after over a quarter of a century of service to California community colleges, I don't know how many, is it 8 or 9, John? Something like that, 8 or 9.
Decades?
You can lose count after a while.
Centuries?
14
Well, that could have
different
been here
presidents.
16 years at VVC at one time.
So he has, after 5.5 years of threatening to retire, because when I got here, he said, I'm only here for 6 months,
You
so.
did good on it.
But we kept him around, and he's given us close to 6 years by the time he retires. So he's also retiring June 30th. So tonight, staff has prepared a little cake with their names on it, and we invite you all into the next room for a short, I guess, 10 minutes,
10 minutes.
just appreciation of both Michelle and John. So thank you.
So I have 6:11. Let's be back here by 6:25 so we keep the meeting moving. Thank you.
No, full from the vegan food. I'm about to.
Just like that. Sorry. You're just here. Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was back there. No, I do.
No, we just ate burgers. I can't eat back to back. Hey, no. Like vegan burgers? I know, I was gonna change it. Was it? Mine was good, though fries weren't good. Oh. What'd you suppose, what was it supposed to be?
I told Haley to surprise him because I don't like it.
Oh.
Especially when it's like, when you make it, like, all the vegetables are long.
But don't make it taste like or meat.
Yeah, I just, she ordered me something, especially like onions on it, and it didn't have onions on it. So she feels, I hate it.
Don't tell her. Yeah, don't tell her. You doing okay? You're fine. Yes, girl. I knew I liked you. I knew it. I knew it.
You ever seen that?
Yep.
That lady on,
It's the Drunken Duncan.
that is it.
See me throw it in people's faces too.
So yes, I enjoy an afternoon coffee.
Okay, so July they have the ASM.
She got the lowdown on that.
Name like synthesizer. You can. That's right. Yeah. I really am But no, it's funny. I like it. It's great working with Dan and the girls and stuff and just being able to but like at last night's meeting, he grabbed one of those meetings and he goes, oh, it doesn't look like you fit into it. And he put it in his mouth. I said, no, but I licked it. You know, it's just like things like that. Yeah, and he's like, you can push yourself very well in the interview. I was like, well, that's because I did 2 shots of whiskey in the burger before I did it. Yes. You never know. Yes. But no, this is a much easier craft. But previously I had 60 board members that there's a nonprofit economic development, Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. 60 people every background, every age. Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, and on our board, it was, we had mayors, oh my God, yes. Like this much Thursday check. Fantastic.
the lawyer. Yeah. He'll get you out. He's the one
I said, I can't believe they already got her.
Oh, I thought you said I can't.
So we have, any So in the new building, it's going to be, the dais area, because the dais is accepted for backup residents. We're putting them in the, right there.
I gave my Wonder Woman shirt.
We're gonna get our annual picture, and we're adding Laura.
Thank you. If you're following on the agenda or following up on the screen, and I know Tim will help us on the screen. We're at 3.6, announcement of any items deleted or corrected from the agenda. Dr. Walton, do we have any?
10.8, independent contractor agreement with Active Mobility Center. Correction to typo in the description background, changing the word SUED, whatever that means, sued to use. USED. That's how persnickety cabinet is. They insisted that I do this. So there you go.
That's it? Okay. We have public comments related to non-agendized items. At this point, the Board of Trustees will listen to communication from the public on non-agendized items pertaining to college business. Each speaker is limited to one presentation per meeting on non-agendized matters. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per individual, a total of 15 minutes per topic. Speakers will be timed electronically, and all speakers will be called to approach the microphone at the appropriate time to speak. Only those who have been recognized by the board president will be permitted to speak. State law prohibits the board from addressing any issues not included on the agenda according to Board Policy 2350. I have 3 speakers tonight. The first one is, and if I pronounce your name wrong, your last name wrong, I do apologize. I have a Jean Lezane. Is that Jean? Did I get it right? Did I come close?
Called much worse.
So have I, let me tell you. Yeah, even in writing. Thank you. What, do you got a bodyguard here or what?
I brought a posse.
Huh? Good look.
Nope, you're off.
Okay, so let me explain just very quickly. We can listen to you, you get 3 minutes,
Yeah,
but we can't respond to anything that you say.
that's okay.
We will take it under submission, and we have a great group of people here, and obviously we want to be sure that we listen to what you have to say.
Okay,
Okay?
it's going to be monumental.
Is it?
Yeah.
Huh?
My name is Jean Lezane, and I am one of the part-time adjunct instructors in the adult home economics classes at VVC. And these are some of my students who all had a part in our presentation tonight. In the lower campus portables behind the construction technology building, next to the Pepsi machine, because that's how we have DoorDash delivered to us, is possibly one of the most best kept secrets at Victor Valley College. For over 35 years, home economics classes have been taught in those buildings. Hundreds of students have benefited from those classes. There are needlecraft classes and clothing construction classes and quilting classes. And we'd like to branch out and include things like food preservation and cooking and advanced quilting classes. And our faculty is now working with administration to find the classroom space to provide us the opportunity to advance those things. These classes not only teach home economic skills, but they provide a place for people of all ages to gather together and enjoy the creative process. Students typically make items each semester and donate them to local causes. We've made pillowcases and hygiene kits for VVC students, baby quilts for Rose of Sharon, hats and gloves for homeless folks, dog and cat beds for the animal shelters, and wheelchair lap quilts for nursing homes, among other things. We have also donated a VVC themed quilt for the VVC Foundation fundraiser, which just took place last weekend, for the last 2 years. Over the years, our classes have been under the direction of several departments and schools. When we were included in the School of Public Safety and Industrial Technology, things changed. Dr. Mackenzie Tarango and Dr. Richard Radcliffe have breathed new life into our program, and for that we are most grateful. We have shown our appreciation by giving gifts of quilts to some administrators and to staff over the years, and would like to continue that practice tonight by presenting quilts to our VVC president, Dr. Walden, and to the VVC trustees president, Mr. Brady. Thank you for your past support, and we look forward to your continued support as we increase our course offerings. VVC.
Wow. I'm going to make a motion, you get 10 more minutes to talk.
Well, once upon a time, there was a team hired to get rid of us, but it didn't work.
So cool. Beautiful work, ladies.
Thank you very, very much. And VVC is a place to be.
I'm so jealous.
I know, right?
I sell it by the minute. So they didn't ask us, did they tell us what they wanted?
They didn't want anything, they were just saying thank you.
Hey, ladies,
Thank you so
ladies,
much for being here.
I can't remember the last time that anybody has come to this college to give us something without asking for some. I just want to say thank you on behalf of everybody. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Now, you said you wanted a 3-story parking garage back there before John Allen leaves?
Just a
Huh?
DoorDash sign, that's all they want is a DoorDash sign. I live
Hey,
that
John. Thank you, Mr. Radcliffe and Mrs. Tarango. Whoa, wow. Okay, so our next speaker, we'll see if you can outdo that one. David Snedeker? Huh? Now, what gift are you going to bring? We'll take your phone.
How do I follow that?
I know, that's rough.
Oh, I wish mine was more uplifting.
Yeah.
All right. Hello, my name's David Snedeker, and I have been teaching music theory and music history courses at Victor Valley College since September of 2014. So this September will be 10 years working here at VVC. I'm here to from AFT to wish for you to seriously consider to fully fund the health care of part-time faculty here at Victor Valley College. I love teaching and mentoring students, and Victor Valley College has given me a wonderful opportunity to serve in this capacity. However, it is only part-time work, and choosing to work here has left me with limited income. I'm forced to rely on Medi-Cal to cover my medical expenses, and I cannot afford the 50% coverage that you guys currently offer to part-time faculty. I also risk losing my medical coverage through Medi-Cal if I take on too much other work to improve my financial situation. In order to continue to work at VVC each year, a job I cherish and love, and whose students I also cherish and love, I have to choose poverty rather than pursue a full-time job elsewhere that would provide me with benefits and medical coverage. If VVC would grant health care to its part-time faculty, professors who are in the same situation as myself could take on these other part-time jobs without worrying about losing their medical coverage. My choice to educate and mentor the students here at Victor Valley College would no longer be a choice of financial hardship. And that is all I have to say for you tonight. Thank you for hearing my message.
Thank you. Our third speaker is Michael McConnell. I got your name right?
McConnell, yes.
Good. Last night was a rough night in last names.
So I need to say, though, he does sing with me on choir here at campus, the community choir. So he offers that all the time. So, so hi there. My name is Michael McConnell. I'm also part-time faculty here at Victor Valley College in the Theater Arts Department. I'm going to blame all of you for me being here because I was a professional performing artist for many years down in Los Angeles. And it was your billboard that said "Your Life Matters" that made me come back to school here in 2018, finish my degree, and now I serve as part-time faculty. So I'm blaming you for this because I'm also here to speak about the medical benefits, full-time medical benefits for the part-time employees. So I wanted to share a quick story with you. I also substitute teach for TK through 12th grade for both Capistrano Unified School District and Santa Barbara Unified School District, and I specialize only in their music, performing arts, theater, and band and orchestra. And I had something interesting happen right after COVID. This is a story for all of us in this room. Because I'm so tall, the teachers asked me, "Hey, Mr. Michael, can you come in?" All of our students now have Chromebooks. So we don't need our computer lab anymore. Would you be so kind as to go into the computer lab, take everything down off the walls? Even though I'm 6'4", I still had to get up on a ladder. It's a large room. And in the room were all these laminated cartoon frogs on lily pads. In laminated letters, it said, "Leap forward into technology." And of course, there's the huge computer that's this big with the huge monitor. I'm sharing this story because it was very odd for me to be taking everything down off the wall going, wait, I was that kid. We didn't have computers in our classroom when I was small. We got computers in. I didn't even have a personal home computer until I was an adult. And so the reminder is that we now all have this because as children, we took that leap forward. We took a leap. And now those rooms are now called the I CAN labs. CAN, C-A-N. So we're now teaching kindergarten through 5th grade at all of those schools, computer programming with basic robots. It's very, very interesting. So we've moved forward. We all took that leap. Now it's second thought. We don't even think about this. So I'm asking for all of you on the board to continue that I CAN attitude. And the reminder, too, is the symbolism of the wonderful ram that we go to school here. The ram does not go up to the mountain ledge all heavy and confused. It very lightly goes up to the ledge, and it overlooks the valley, and it sees the big picture. It sees the big picture. So just as we know that our students, that their lives matter, the lives of all of our faculty matter, I know that you know that. So we're just asking again for medical coverage for the part-time faculty. Thank you to all of you for everything that you do every day for the students and the faculty here at VVC. It means a lot. I was one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next thing is a special presentation we have from our county assessor, Chris Wilhite, soon to be retired Chris Wilhite. Well, Chris comes on up here. I've known Chris for, 30 years. I remember calling you on Barstow and asking you to pull stuff out of files, and now he's our assessor. So as a part of the program that I believe is important for our board and our students and our faculty and those that work here is to get a little education. So Chris is going to talk for 10, 12 minutes about not only what he does, but maybe some numbers up here, bring some correlation on what the assessor does and what their role is. But I think talk about also where we're going, the numbers and the impact. The more our assessed value increases on up here to the region, the more money we indirectly get that's passed through. So Chris, is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. President Brady, trustees, superintendent, faculty, students. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. My associate's degree is from Victor Valley College. I was honored to be able to raise a family and continue to earn that education. So it's really an honor to be back here. So I'll tell you a little bit about what the assessor, recorder, county clerk does. It's an elected position. The county clerk is appointed by the Board of Supervisors. So the assessor, recorder, county clerk is also responsible for archives of the county. And I'll share a little bit about that. My career with the county assessor, I started as an appraiser locally. Some of my first appraisal classes were with Donald Cox, who recently passed away, I'd heard. He was one of the faculty that taught that class. My real estate classes, I learned how to do typing here on keyboard at Victor Valley. So it goes a little bit ways back. I started in 2000 as an appraiser 1, went to an appraiser 2, 3, supervising district appraiser up in Barstow area for several years. Then I came down to the Hesperia office and then down to San Bernardino, where I was the principal appraiser of standards and training, and then became the assistant assessor under Bob Dutton, and then appointed to assessor recorder in 2022. So what the assessor does, the assessor's responsibility is to identify all assessable property within our county. That includes real estate, business property. An interesting fact, back in the day, they used to assess household properties, but we don't do that anymore. So we determine the fair market value. We have over 800,000 parcels in our county, and of course, 20,000 square miles of land. Our assessment roll for 2023 was $316 billion. That's the largest roll ever in our county. That's a staggering number of valuation. We also handle the exemptions for disabled veterans, homeowners exemptions, for religious, educational, welfare exemptions, so colleges, if there's an educational school that's like a charter school, they get an exemption under the educational. We also map all of the properties within the county, so all of the recorded maps are then turned over for assessment purposes, so we know what we're assessing. I have a staff of, between the recorder and the assessor, 296 positions, about 72 appraisers, and then we have 7 district offices, one here in the high desert that is both appraisal and also the recorder, county clerk functions as well. We have an office in Big Bear, Twin Peaks, Joshua Tree, in Ontario, and San Bernardino. So the recorder's responsibility is to index all recorded documents and make them publicly available. Those are grant deeds, mortgage loan documents, and other recorded information. The recorder doesn't determine the legality of a document, but we just have a certain set of rules that if it meets that requirement, we're required to record it. We also record marriage certificates. The county clerk is an interesting function. We do marriage licenses. We do fictitious business names. We issue copies of birth and death certificates that were within San Bernardino County. We conduct marriage ceremonies. Some of our busiest days, you can imagine, are Valentine's Day. This year was leap year, so we had February 29th was quite busy. Halloween is another very busy day. And this year, our plan is to work with the Parks Department and do weddings on Halloween at Calico. So if you're planning to get married this year, you might want to hold off. One of the other interesting is archives. So archives maintains all the records that are required to be kept. A lot of the old county records were handwritten, birth information. The other day I saw books about for the different areas. So I had them look up to see what we had for the Victor Valley College. There wasn't a lot of records, but I did find a few. Some of them were copies of the Board of Supervisor minutes where the college district was established in February of 1960. Unfortunately, it had to be reread into the Board of Supervisor minutes later in December because something was missing at that time. The college vote was on October 15th, 1959. It started with 200 students. There was $300 was the fee to go to school here. The budget was $281,000 when it first started.
Inflation.
Inflation, yeah.
Been a little minor inflation.
Well, the faculty will enjoy inflation because if you just had the credentials for the junior college, you would make the maximum of $6,032. If you had a doctorate, you could be paid $9,668. So thank goodness inflation has added to that. If you've not been to the archives office, it's at 412 Hospitality. It has a lot of information. There's a lot of research goes on for people looking for genealogy within the county. A lot of interesting documents that are there. I encourage you to stop by. Just some numbers of what we did in 2023. We recorded 322,542 documents. We issued 91,445 certificates. So that'd be birth or death certificates. We did fictitious business filings, 12,600. We issued 9,170 marriage licenses, and we married 44,527 couples.
I think you said buried.
Married.
Married.
Same thing.
I'm calling Deb.
Sorry.
You do couples deals now, huh?
Same thing, Joe. No difference.
Make sure I speak correctly.
Sorry, Chris.
No worries. So some of the accomplishments, these things you asked me to talk about today was accomplishments. Right now, we're in the middle of replacing a 24-year-old legacy mainframe COBOL system. I don't know that you teach COBOL here anymore, but we're in the process of that. We plan to wrap that up this year. It's been an ongoing project. One of the things I'm very proud of in having the challenge, seeing the challenge when we go to hire staff as praisers, the Board of Equalization requires either 4 years of four-year degree, 4 years of experience, or a combination of experience and 2 years of education. So a year and a half, 2 years ago, we created a program where we added 9 appraiser technician positions where a person can come in without any experience, any education, and start that process of getting 2 years worth of experience. And during that time, if they need to make up some courses or they just have a 2-year degree, they can get that education to advance. And we also have a mobile office that we reach out to we have a very large county, so we do events at Needles for the remote community. We go out twice a month to Joshua Tree for the recorder services. We do have an office out there for the assessor, but we reach out to the community there. I did look up, and I'll wrap my time up, I did look up on the Legislative Analyst Office that 22% of the budget for community colleges comes from property tax. So that's a very important role that we play in balancing that fairness to the public for the ownership and fairness to the community who relies on the funding for schools and the colleges, et cetera. So we balance that and work every day to make sure that we're doing that fairly. Then I'm open to any questions you might have or anything else you wanted to hear about.
Student trustee, anybody have anything?
No questions, thank you.
Yeah. All right. I did leave with Joe a few of the articles that we found in the archives and the board minutes from 1960s.
Let me just read this, Chris, while you're here.
Sure,
What's
sure.
that?
I said very cool.
No, so he pulled some stuff that's really cool. It talks about the beginning of time here, so I'll take it and scan it back to the officer. But this first document that he pulled off says mortgage dated October 15th of 1959, executed by Andres Diaz to the County of San Bernardino, State of California, and it is hereby accepted, be it further resolved, that a copy of this resolution is attached to said instrument, the same to be recorded in the office of the county recorder of the county. On a motion by Supervisor Manley, he was pretty well known as supervisor, duly seconded by Supervisor Smith and carried unanimously. The Board of Supervisors authorized the release of a mortgage taken in by County Aid Case X by Pete Garcia upon full reimbursement of the county in the amount of money advanced for aid, and authorizes the chairman to sign said release. Now listen, the board is in receipt of a certificate from the superintendent of schools to the effect that on February 2nd, 1960, a special election will be held in Victor Valley Union High School District of San Bernardino County for the purpose of determining whether a junior college district should be formed comprised of the area now contained in the Victor Valley Union High School District of San Bernardino County, that the results of the vote on said election were 1,026 people yes and 470 no, and that proposition carried. Chris, thanks.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
Take care. So our next section is board communication, and since our new trustee, Laura, is not used to this, I'm going to start with our student trustee. This will be her last part of the board communication. Trustee Laura, it's a chance for you to talk about places you've gone, conferences, attendance at events and things like that.
No, we're not,
Oh.
we're passing goals.
We're
still.
passing goals.
Oh,
No goals.
Sorry,
thanks, you bailed me out.
my bad.
Wow, thanks. Okay.
So I
Trustee?
do have a whole presentation in 8.1, so I'll keep this quick. I just wanted to say thank you. I've really enjoyed my time here. I'll miss it here, and I'll keep you guys in mind when I transfer over. But I really appreciate all of your support, and this has been an amazing year for me. Thank you.
Trustee Tarpley, we're going to pick on you in a bit, so we're not going to say anything right now. Trustee Tarpley?
So in that spirit, I just want to say, oh, I'm not even on because, sorry, Tim.
No, you got to push it.
I know. I always tell everybody how to do it and then I can't do it. Okay. In that spirit, I just want to say I'm so proud of the graduates. My babies are graduating and I can't wait to be there tomorrow to support you and love on you. And, everybody that gets a diploma from me also gets a free hug. It makes it take a little bit longer, but whatever. But I'm just so proud of you and keep going and striving towards your dreams because you can do anything you put your mind to.
Trustee Wood.
All right, so I did attend the Academy grad out at the training center, another excellent production, another excellent graduation, well done. The quality of the program, the graduates, it was spoken about by the folks who were speaking at the graduation ceremony, but when you're out there and you see the quality of the graduates, you see the instructors. I happen to know, I think, all the instructors out there in that program. Known them all many years, and you see the quality of those instructors that are out there running those programs. They're just doing a fabulous job out there. Another great evening out on a Friday night out at the training center. And I think that's it. Well, the other one I completely messed up. I normally attend the nursing pinning, and had a very long day. Got home, was like getting in my evening workout, and then my wife said, the nursing pinning's going on right now. She saw like somebody posted a picture online or something while it was going live, and I was like, oh my God. So my apologies to the nursing program. I'm very ashamed of myself for missing that. I hope, I've kind of brought it up in passing a few times, I hope that we can get like a master calendar going for the board, like out of the president's office. I know we normally get invitations to the different ceremonies, pinning ceremonies and certificates, but it's a little bit of a mess. Sometimes we get like a PDF version of an invitation. Sometimes we get the calendar invite. It would just be so great if we could have a master calendar. She's not even paying attention. She's tuning us out. She's like, that sounds like it's going to be my job.
I think Michelle just delegated it to her.
I'm going to count the threads in the carpet real quick.
Well, let me comment.
She pointed
Trustee.
at you. You're over there kind of looking, and she's
So,
like,
we can try to get you what you want, but you should know, we don't set the dates. They're set
Right.
by each program, so to give you a master calendar, like where all the dates were in there, we don't have that.
but if we had like a president's office master calendar of events, as they roll in,
Like a Google Calendar.
they could be added to the calendar as they come in. So I love that we get invites, and nobody's ever obligated to invite me anyway to any of your events. If you don't want me there, don't invite me. I don't blame you. But I love when we get the invites, but they kind of roll in a lot of different forms. And so some of them slip through the cracks. And I'm really sad that I missed the nursing pinning. I knew about it. That was totally my fault. Like, I knew it was in my calendar, and then I blew it. But like a master calendar would be great.
We'll work on it.
And that's it.
And you went to the gala?
Oh, and the gala, of course, the gala, yeah.
The
that
regatta
was
gala?
Even
Sorry.
more recent, another great production by the foundation. I think a good time was had by all.
This is why he needs a calendar.
We had a good time. Jen's like my note taker over there.
Yeah,
And I
you're welcome.
think that's all I did, but if I did anything else, Jen will let me know.
He did everything for me by proxy because I was on vacation. I actually took a vacation, so I didn't get to go to anything, and I'm sad about it, but I was in Alaska, sorry.
She's not sorry.
Not that sorry.
She was with her son having great times eating crab legs.
Yes.
So,
He ate his weight in crab legs.
Trustee Pinkerton.
I made up for both of you.
Yes, you did, girl. Yes, you did. You always
Always
do.
carrying the team.
Well, I went to the NAACP Excellence Award last month. It was held here in the SAC. James Campbell, the president of the NAACP, put it on. The same day, I went to the Pacific Island and Asian Celebration Month, and the food was really great, and really enjoyed that. Also went to the Fire Academy graduation. That was really, really beautiful. I want to thank Jose Arredondo for that. We also went to the play Much to Do About Nothing. That was an excellent play, just beautiful. And the other thing we went to was adult graduation, and I want to thank Martha Mendez. They put on, and her crew put on a beautiful graduation. That's probably one of the favorite graduations I've go to, besides the one that's coming up tomorrow.
It is a good one.
And went to the criminal justice graduation, and a nurse's pinning also, and went to the art show. Frank Foster, I want to thank him. There he is. And Anya Weiss, she did a fantastic job for the study-a-thon. And let's see, paramedic graduation, I want to thank Dave Olson. It was really a nice, we had it, it was out in the, where they have the fire trucks at the graduation. That was really nice. And I also went to the kindergarten K through 12 bridge graduation over at Snowline School District. That's always a favorite graduation of mine too. I think they had about 2,000 people there.
Wow.
So they have all the kindergarten and the whole district there. So it's really nice. And let's see. The last thing I did, of course, the 25 hours that I put in for the evaluations for the candidates. And here we have one. And let's see what else. I think that's about it. I also wanted to say that there are so many opportunities here at VVC. I could stay here all night and still not be able to see everything. I didn't even know, I never even got to the home ec thing before, until I just heard about it just now. So like I said, there's so many things here. And we need to continue to meet the needs of the community, you know, never stop doing that. Our focus should always be growing, growing, growing. So I want to thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Trustee Lord, they get to everything. Both her and Trustee Pinkerton, they attend everything. First thing, I had a chance, Kirsten, you've got to be tired, and Chris, I don't know if Chris is here. You guys really, you know, I haven't been to one of the scholarship deals in a while. I remember the one outside during COVID. It was fun today. It was fun to see the students. The room was almost full. You know, there were some that really, when they walked up and they said thank you, you could tell that they really needed that check. There was one in particular that, I mean, she grabbed that you know, she had her little thing, and I mean, she said thank you. And I mean, some of them really have some pretty good handshakes. So I know you did a great job, and it was a great show. The Polynesian event was the same night here as the NAACP dinner, so I was able to go double dip that night. And when I got home, my wife said, "Do you want dinner?" I said, "Nah, I had a couple of snacks." Well, the next morning when I woke up 3 pounds heavier, you find out that you go to a Polynesian event and an NAACP, you're going to be full. So it was real fun. Tomorrow's going to be a really big day. By tomorrow, in the last 5 years, we will have graduated 10,265 students. I know that our friend Art Lopez calls me last night.
No, we're not gonna graduate that many.
No, he said in the last.
No, we have 1965. But in the last 5 years, we've done 10,265.
Oh, I don't know, maybe that's true. I
Yeah,
don't have that number.
he's got my speech. Yeah,
Oh, that's it.
you know.
He's
I
got
thought
the
you were talking about the
data.
crowd that's gonna be there.
No, they've sold,
Because
well,
we have
you've given them
11,000
11,200 tickets.
Actually, 11,400.
That's absolutely incredible. I would say this, and I'm gonna make this kind of informal. So I'd like to find a fellow trustee to help work with. I've talked to Dr. Wald about this, about the trustees hosting a dinner or lunch or a function for both Michelle and John.
Absolutely.
But I need somebody to help coordinate it, and the Brady's, if it is a nighttime event, will cover the liquor. So that it's not a college, yeah, so we'll have a choice of a lunch or a dinner, so I know which way everybody wants to go.
Well, my office will coordinate that, we'll work on it.
Yeah, so I know, but I
But the
like to
Brady's
have,
will cover the liquor.
yeah, but I like to have a trustee to, Jennifer, you want to help me with it?
Sure, I
Okay,
got
good,
you.
okay, good.
I got you, boo.
All right, all right. So that is it. Again, welcome, Laura. You're gonna do great. So the next thing is, we're gonna start with ASB goals. Oh, I'm sorry. No, President Superintendent's report.
We're gonna go ahead and keep ASB goals first and then go to foundation. Next. Is Kirsten here?
Yes, you just can't see her because she's in the back.
Hi, babes.
That's my whole report. Oh, at the end of that.
Oh.
I'm sorry?
What is that?
Slides.
Can you pull up my slides? Do it, see what happens. It'll be fun.
So I guess I'll go ahead and start while he's pulling up. As you know, in the beginning of every year,
Well, I
ASB
do.
has a retreat
But what about
where we go ahead and get together with administrators, faculty, and especially students. And what we do is we pull out a bunch of goals that we write and we narrow it down into a few goals. This year we had 12 distinct goals, and I will be reporting on the progress of each of those goals tonight. Thank you.
It's just gonna be a bunch of check marks.
Some of them are bigger than a year. I'll try to make it quick. I will. I'll try to
No,
make it as quick
listen,
as I possibly can.
This, Jen,
Can you go to the beginning?
we're here because of this, so just take your time.
Okay.
And Robert, you need to let Laura know the date so that she can.
They already did that.
I will do my best, but we had movement on every single goal, which might be a better difficulty to have in presenting.
Love it.
Are those Tim's bodyguards back there?
Yep, they're Jen's.
Good bodyguard.
I'm not a performing artist. I'm not even a public speaker.
That is
But
not true
here I am.
anymore.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. You guys are welcome to come up with me.
And
if
you
want.
love USC, right?
Oh, you can burn your USC gear.
Ooh.
I'll replace it with UCLA gear.
That went over Robert's head.
What's the problem?
The slide.
Yeah, we're waiting on the slides. Do you need me to resend it, Tim? Okay.
Where's the laminated frog?
The laminated frogs. All right. Thank you. All right, I already gave you the introduction, so next slide, please. So as you know, we had 12 goals, so what I went ahead and did is I create a master plan, and it's about 30 pages long as a guide for the ASB to go through for the whole year and figuring out what to do with their goals. I went ahead and split up all 12 goals into 4 sections and created groups from there. The first group was improved administrative processes. The second group was expanded student learning opportunities. The third group was enhanced communication, and the fourth group was facilities improvements. And we kind of narrowed down to this to see our core values for the year of what we wanted to focus and improve on around campus and student life. Next slide, please. So for the first group, improved administrative processes, we have our group members, starting with our team leads, Savannah Blaken, Jesse Roth, and Haley Reyes. They had goals 8 and 9, inclusive name policies and student-oriented registration. Next slide, please. So for goal 8, just a reminder, goal 8 was about including a preferred name policy into our campus system. And some key members that really helped with this was Julia Went, Jane Montgomery, VVC students, and College Council. Next slide, please. So on September 15th, 2023, Jane Montgomery, Julia Went, and I believe it was Parker. I do not remember his last name. Do you? Dukes. Came to our ASB meeting and presented an AP they had written for a preferred name change policy. That day it was on the council with a motion by Activity Senator Kroga, at the time Activity Senator Kroga, and a second by Student Advocate Blaken. The motion did pass. And then on October 4th, 2023, it went to College Council, where it was then passed on October 4th, 2023. Next slide, please. Oh, so for goal 8, we consider that goal completed. All that has to be left is the implementation, which I believe is our CIO's job right now in figuring out the process with it and getting it into our campus system from here. But our job is done with that. It is completed. For goal 9, student-oriented registration. This goal popped up because a lot of students were struggling with getting their classes, graduating on time, figuring out where they need to be in their schedule, general counseling. A key member was VP Mackenzie Tarango. Next slide, please. So this started with a bunch of conversations between ASB and a few of our administration members, such as Art Lopez and Dean Alvarez. And what had happened was out of this, there was the establishment of the Strategic Enrollment and Management Committee. And part of that was the 1-year-long registration. And Dr. Tarango, you're welcome to intervene anytime if I mess something up. But what had come out recently was the plan for it for 2023 and 2024 this year. What they had done is they'd done a bunch of surveys, they investigated the stakeholders, and they really went through to figure out if this was really needed with students, getting feedback from students, faculty, everybody who really should be involved in this. And it went through College Council. It turns out that majority of the students really do want this. There was probably very few who didn't agree to this process. And College Council had approved it, so now it will be going to Dr. Walden next. And the plan is in 2024, 2025, if this is approved by Dr. Walden, they'll be starting to create the process of implementation, and they'll be discussing the impact it will have with the union and our professors. So what I'll do is they'll research more into it, see what's the best way we can implement it so we can get to 2025 and 2026 and start implementing it. It probably won't open for students to begin building a year-long registration schedule by spring 2026. Again, these are just tentative dates. So in general, the goal was not completed, but we did have some major progress. It turns out to be a goal that needs more than a year and more than just the development we have. So thank you for your work and participation on this goal. Next slide, please. Goal 9, student-oriented registration. Oh, did I already do this one? Next slide, please. Okay, goal group, expanded student learning opportunities. We have our members, Amber Herrera, Andrea Stephen, and Daniel Nelson. They were in charge of goal 2, goal 6, and goal 10, additional faculty, basic life skills classes, and international programs. Next slide, please. So goal 2, additional faculty. As you know, we have been a growing college here in California, the #1 growing campus. And as a result, a lot of our students need more demand in our classes. And we found that there was high demand in physics and American Sign Language. Another one of our goals had to do with the planetarium, and I'll touch shortly on that in this goal as well as the next goal. So these are key members, Academic Senate and Dr. Walden. Next slide, please. So in October 2023, ASB, myself and a few other members, went to Academic Senate where we had respectfully requested more full-time professors in ASL, astronomy, and especially physics. By the end of fall, there was a list of prioritized hires that were released and publicized to the campus, approved by Dr. Walden, where that went ahead and moved forward. If you can go to the next slide, please. So what had happened was ASL and astronomy hired new full-time faculty members. And we couldn't get any physics hires, particularly because physics wasn't on the list of prioritized faculty. The department hadn't submit any requests for it. So I and Dean Amy Azul kind of stepped up. We worked together and we were able to get 2 new part-time physics professors by the end of fall. The big issue with our physics is it's a growing demand class. Engineering is increasingly getting in more demand by our students. We just got our MOU with Cal Poly for it. But we are not providing enough resources to support our physics or engineering students here in VVC. So this is a big step up for us to get part-time physics professors because we currently have 2 full-time physics professors to cover every single physics course we have. And as a result, some students don't get the classes they need because they fill up so quickly and they have to prolong their stay here. And now we pushed it to hopefully have 201. 201 was added to this spring 2024, and we're hoping to keep it on a semesterly basis rather than a yearly basis because it's so in demand. And on top of that, Deaf Studies courses was added to the spring 2024 schedule. Next slide, please. Goal number 6, our basic life skills classes. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to provide resources to students because basic life skills is so in need. The California Community College Chancellor's Office had done a study, and it turns out 2 out of 3 students face one basic needs challenge, whether it's housing, it's food, or something that's majority of our college students, and we needed to step up and try and help our students with that. And the key members are really our entire VVC community. Next slide, please. So what had happened is we created a bunch of workshops that were sponsored not only by like ASB, but about all of our campus, which is why our key members are the entire VVC campus, because our entire campus really stepped up with aiding us. So here's a list of the workshops. I won't go into depth with all of them, but we have September with 3 workshops, January with 1, next slide please, February with 2, March with 2, next slide please, March continued with another 2, April with 1, and May with 1, next slide. So May, BSU really stepped up and they created a series of general wealth workshops to teach students basic life skills. And they had 4 workshops in May, and I believe that would conclude all the workshops we had this year on our basic life skills. This goal is a goal that can't really be completed because there's not really a definite outcome. It's a goal that needs to be continued. It's something that we want to continuously bring awareness to. And then goal 10, international programs. The key members were VP Todd Scott and Dean Alvarez. Next slide, please. We wanted to expand more on our education here with study abroad programs. So we met with Dean Alvarez on February 14th, 2024, and we discussed exactly what could be done with the study abroad programs, how do we start researching, where do we go? And Dean Alvarez basically suggested that he would be open to supporting this program if we started developing it. And then we met with Todd Scott on May 20th, 2024. So sorry, I was working on this at 2 a.m. So there's a few typos here and there. But what happened is VVC is already in a consortium with San Bernardino, I believe. Todd Scott, San Bernardino, where we can already offer study abroad programs, and we already have that connection there. The issue that had happened is we are not advertising it, and we are not really giving it to our students. So all the background work that is needed has already been done. It's just time to start implementing it into our college. So that's where we are for this goal. Next slide, please. Our next goal group is enhanced communications with Jacob Kleinsmith, Richard Quiroga, Jorge Almendarez, and they were in charge of the most goals with Goal 1, VVC mobile app, Goal 4, campus morale, Goal 11, publicize basic needs, and Goal 12, expanding student clubs. Next slide, please. Goal 1, VVC mobile app. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to provide a way where students can have more open communication with the campus. And some key members were Todd Scott again, Robert Sewell, and Andrew Caravella, who's right there. And I'm proud to say, if you go to the next slide, tomorrow we'll have the official launch at graduation where it'll be posted on the screen of the VVC mobile app. There will be QR codes for people there to download, and we're hoping that really skyrockets it and publicizes us more and gets more engagement and involvement from our community and our campus.
You know, Jen, I just got a text from Todd Scott.
Yes.
And he said to tell Trustee Woods that master calendar
Yes.
is going to be on this app, that all he'll have to do
there you go.
is download the app.
There's your answer.
Isn't that amazing that you could just text from there to here, goes around the world, ends up right here, and you're able to, yeah, you don't have to go like this.
So what I heard is I wished for it and Todd Scott made it happen that quick. Art, try harder. He's winning.
So hopefully, if all goes well, we can classify this one goal as finished by tomorrow as our last hurrah for the year. Next slide, please. Our goals from here in this group kind of get a little bit more difficult to define as complete because it's a continuous goal that you have to continue all the time because a lot of it's publicity, bringing light to things. It's not something you can just do and be done with because once you do it and you're done, then the goal kind of falls apart. You know, you have to continue to bring light to it. And one of those is campus morale. We wanted to kind of unite our community. And again, our key members are our entire VVC community because it's meant for our whole campus. Next slide, please. So what we had done is a big part of it was our Rams Monthly. As you know, I've been handing out Rams Monthly to you guys here on the board almost every month now. And we've highlighted student workers from our Thrive Resource Center, which is also part of another goal we have. We've highlighted a DACA student who can't find a job here because they don't have any legal paperwork. On top of that, they don't even know if they can pursue higher education. And we've highlighted dual enrollment students at VVC who started their own business and was recognized by the Mayor of Hesperia. These are just a few people we've recognized. I couldn't put everyone on here. There was just too many, but you're welcome to go through our archives of the Rams Monthly, look through it, read it, or continue reading it as we continue forward with our year next year in our new ASB Council. I also included some pictures from our Rams Monthly, one of Martha Mendez and one of our nursing students who are ranked nationally across not just community colleges, but CSUs and UCs. And we are very proud of the award they won there. Next slide, please. Some more campus morale is we have this year have been passing out ASB Making a Difference polo shirts. As you can see, there are plenty of people here who are wearing the polos in green and black. I even see some administrators wearing the polos. And on top of that, we hosted and sponsored a bunch of events to help energize the student body. We really wanted to focus on the students, and there's a picture of, I believe that's our Hispanic Heritage Month Day event. And next, I just have a list of events that we've done. So next slide, please. I won't go over all of them, but again, August, we had some events. September, October, next slide, please. November, December, next slide. February, April, March, we were in Washington, D.C., so it was a really busy month for us. Next slide, please. May. And then finally, June, yes, we had our end of the year festival. That was a big one where we kind of want to finish the year strong, and we had raft races on the boat. Thank you, Kevin, for jumping in with me into the lake, and I almost toppled our boat over. But yes, thank you. Next slide, please. Goal 11, publicizing our Basic Needs Center. This would be our Thrive Center. As you know, we have a high demand for students in need of basic necessities. As I said, 2 out of 3 students by the Chancellor's report face some form of insecurity. 60% of those students face housing insecurities. So what we wanted to do is because only 12 colleges out of the 116 offer housing and 14 additional colleges, VVC as one of them, participate in a program to offer students emergency housing. So we have those services here on campus, but what we wanted to do is because it's such an in-need service, and not just housing, we offer food and supplies for students, hygiene supplies. So we really wanted to promote this and get it out to our students because as you know, the statistics show majority of our students have a basic needs insecurity. Some key members, Andrew Caravella, Amber Allen, and Isla Odin from Thrive Center. Next slide, please. We highlighted our student workers from Thrive. Originally, what we wanted to do is we wanted to get a couple students who were struggling with housing and get them in, but we quickly found out that that might have put them in an uncomfortable position and put them at risk depending on their situation. So what we did is we focused more on our Thrive Center. On top of that, we had a huge Thriveopoly fair on April 19th, 2024, with a huge turnout. It was a complete success. And we've also volunteered with Thrive to help unload their food so it can be distributed every Thursday. There was a lot we've done. As you see there, that is a Rams Monthly picture from our published sized Rams Monthly, where we've also highlighted them in our Rams Monthly as far as several other places on social media. And yeah, thank you. Next slide, please. Goal 12, expanding student clubs. So the ASB Council, what we wanted to do, this has to go back to our enhanced communication promoting student life, is student clubs. Some key members were ASB Council, but especially our students, because this has to be something our students push forth because it's student organized clubs. Next slide, please. So here are a list of our 2023-2024 clubs. And next slide, please. Here is a continued list of our 2023-2024 clubs. Next slide, please. So in total, we ended this year with a total of 25 charter clubs, doubling last year where we ended the year with 12 clubs. To me, that's a success. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, so our final goal group is our facilities improvement. And here we have our group members as Jacob McGuire and Hannah Rodriguez. They were in charge of Goal 3, Health Center, Goal 5, On-Campus Coffee Shop, and Goal 7, Planetarium. I will save the Health Center for last, because I know it's been a big topic over the past few years. So next slide. So Goal 5, On-Campus Coffee Shop. Gabby Callender has really taken the lead with this and helping us as she renovates the bookstore, or the not-to-be bookstore anymore, and the future, whatever name we decide on for students.
College store.
Yes, the college store. And she's really helped us significantly on this by reaching out to community members. Next slide, please. So here is the movement. She had a meeting with ASB and Six Beans, Pete's Coffee, Pixie Boba. Six Beans only offered us a tiny profit share, so we decided no. Pete's Coffee would be 100% student operated, meaning we'd receive 100% profits from it. So we're deciding to work with them on future plans with this. And Pixie Boba, we also decided to do a joint partnership with them. So we're looking to see if we can have Pete's Coffee and Boba on campus in the current bookstore once we finish plans for renovation. Again, this is still in works in progress. But because Pete's Coffee would be student operated, she's working with Tyler from restaurant management to hopefully get a class, a barista class specifically, in spring of 2025. Again, I love boba. I like coffee, so to me it's great. I'm kind of sad it's going to happen when I'm not here anymore. But yes, the workings on the final proposals that will go to Dr. Walden are still having some finishing touches. Of course, they're working with M&O and Kevin Gee to get like the renovation plans up and set before giving it finalized to Dr. Walden saying, hey, this is what we got. But at the moment, here's where we are at with Pete's Coffee and Pixie Boba going into our bookstore. Next slide, please. Goal 7, our planetarium. This was our fastest moving goal. By definition, we completed it literally weeks after our retreat in July, and specifically because of Stephen Birmingham. He's not here anymore, but I really wanted to give him a special thanks for taking the lead on this and maintenance and operations. So what we wanted to do is the planetarium has been down for over a decade, and we really wanted to bring it back because that is a $2 million stargazer that we have in there. Next slide, please. So by the end of July, only a few weeks after our retreat, the $2 million Zeiss star projector was fixed for less than $100. Specifically, it was fixed for $5. And it was up and working. There was nothing wrong with it. It needed no maintenance. It was perfect. We found out that most of the costs needed to help our planetarium get up and running was like small beautifications, our air conditioning, replacing carpet, our projectors are out of date, stuff like that. So while our projector, our star projector is working, the little slideshow projectors need to be updated. But in general, we considered that goal done because our main focus was to get it up and running and available for students, and it has been. It has been up and running and available for students since. On November 8th, 2024, Stephen Birmingham, David Myers, and Linda Kelly hosted a soft opening of the planetarium where he invited administrators, some faculty, our board of trustees, and myself where we were there in ASB. And it was a wonderful event. He had the astronomy faculty present the stargazer, and we had the full experience of it. And let me tell you, it is absolutely beautiful. And then on May 24th, 2024, VVC ASB hosted their weekly meeting in the planetarium, and it was open to public. So this was just another event that we wanted to help push our planetarium forward and bring more awareness to it and keep it in mind as we continue, because again, goals only die if we let them die. Next slide, please. So works in progress, while this goal is completed, there are still some works in progress. Thank you to M&O. I don't know if Kevin is here. Hi. Hi. He helped me with this, just like he helped me get in the lake with the canoe. We still have to do some general beautifications, but they're not a direct need or necessity to the working conditions of it now. However, a big problem we had faced was the air conditioning for the planetarium. And what happened is once the star projector gets really heated up and it gets going and you have it running for like 30 minutes and it's a room full of people, it gets really uncomfortable. And you know, a machine that's heated doesn't really do well, and it's uncomfortable for everyone. So what he had done, I believe, is that little bolt and nail there used to be rusted.
The anchor bolt's pulled from the motor mount right there on the left. That snapped off.
That's what she said.
Tilted that motor mount and kicked the belts off.
So
you guys only had like 50% of your expertise.
there you go. But this kind of kicked off another work in progress that not work in progress for us, but another issue that had arisen is if you are in the science building and you have any offices there, have you noticed how hot it gets in there, how uncomfortably warm it is in some classrooms? Because that air conditioning was broken and we did not know it until this goal popped up and we decided to work on it and fix it. And now that the air conditioning is fixed, not only is the planetarium air conditioning fixed, but I believe 6 offices have air conditioning now that they didn't have before. So all the complaints from faculty should be gone because it was a whole building issue that was brought up thanks to our planetarium. So we fixed more than just our planetarium with this goal. Next slide, please. Finally, the goal you've all been waiting for is our VVC Health Center. So as you know, as I've continuously stated, 2 out of 3 students have some form of basic need insecurity out of the 1.8 million students in the community college enrollment. And that's a lot. And we on our campus have noticed that health is essential to our students. Our students need basic needs, and health should be a basic need. So some of our key members who helped us work with this goal is Art Lopez, Edward Alvarez, and our nursing students. Next slide, please. So our nursing students really stepped up because, as you know, they're in this field, and they offered us a list of possible services that we had sent to Art and Edward, who went through, fixed it up for us, told us what was reasonable, got the approval from Dr. Walden, and this was the list we got back of the possible services we could have in our future health center. Next slide, please. We located a location on campus. It would be Building 44 in the SAC, where our current auxiliary services is. That was originally built for our health center, so we're looking at revitalizing that, putting our health center back in there and getting it going. And in fact, we're looking to see if we can possibly get some of our nursing students to work in there as part of like either their volunteer hours or contracts and get them going in there. And the proposed hours of operation that we had decided on as a team with our VP Art Lopez and Dean Alvarez was Monday through Thursday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Fridays at 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Next slide, please. But as you know, you can't have a health center with student fees, and as you know, you can't increase student fees without first asking the student body. So we did a lot of research. We researched like every single college in this region. We had presentations. We presented it to Art Lopez and Edward Alvarez, and we came back with this fee, what seemed reasonable. It wasn't the highest fee in Region 9, but it also wasn't the lowest fee, and it was reasonable for the services we offered compared to some of the services other colleges had offered. But again, we need the students' approval. So what had happened was May 28th through 29th, we had our ASB elections, where for 48 hours, we kept the window open, and part of the elections were for a student health center. Next slide, please. And in those elections, we had about 300 votes, and 85.5% of students who voted yes on raising the fees for students to give us a health center. And only 14.5 voted no. And that is the results from that election, meaning the board should have all the information they need now with the student election in favor of a health center to push this forward in research to getting a health center on campus. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to give one last special thanks to Robert and Tim because they were here for every single one of these goals. Thank you. That would be all I have to present tonight. Again, not all of our goals were defined as completed, but all of our goals had major movement on it throughout the year. And this is the first time on council
well, I've been on where we've had movement on every goal, let alone have a council that has 12 goals. Thank you.
Wait. Stay right there. Mackenzie wants to talk to you. Mackenzie has something to say to you.
Oh.
But do you have slides?
No.
And a checkbook.
Don't got that either. Okay, well, good evening. As we prepare to conclude this school year with our commencement ceremony tomorrow, we want to take a moment tonight to recognize one of those students who will be walking across the stage and moving forward in her next chapter. A student who, while at VVC, selflessly served the students and institution. She demonstrated fierce leadership through her unwavering dedication, powerful vision, and ability to inspire and empower others, empower those around her. Jennifer Weiss is one of those rare students who has an innate leadership qualities built into the core of who she is. She is strong, focused, and determined. She has the ability to quickly call the attention of the room and earn the respect of those around her. Sometimes this respect is earned by her drive, which inspires others. And other times, it's because she will stop a meeting and tell you to put your phone away and pay attention. True story. I was once told that leadership isn't defined by titles, but by our ability to inspire others to follow us. Because after all, if no one is following, you aren't really leading. What we witnessed this past year was the work of a true leader, one who led by word and action. One who was not afraid to stand tall and stand for what was right. One who many people followed. One who accomplished a great deal for and with the people she led. Jennifer, you have a power and a strength within you, and I hope you always use it for good and to help others, and that you remember how we use our power is our choice. We have no doubt you will have the ability to change the world. Please accept these flowers and this plaque as a small token of our wish for your continued success and our prayer that the fire inside of you remains kindled. May God bless you in your journey and be with you in your leadership.
So I too have been doing this for over a quarter of a century. And this is my fourth community college to work in, though I worked in a couple of universities prior to that. I have never, ever seen anything like this in a student leader, ever. And I come from one of the largest districts in the largest district in the nation. And even in universities, I did not see this. Not like this, not this good. And so tonight, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, in appreciation to Jennifer Weiss for outstanding leadership in performance of executive duties, exceptional dedication to the interests of students, and faithful commitment to the vision and mission of the college, while serving as the student representative to the Victor Valley Community College Board of Trustees for the 2024 academic year, presented this day, June 11th, 2024.
Yes, queen. I'll take it for you. You have to round out the year with the Polaroid. Wait, okay.
You probably
I'm taking all her floors this year.
I'm like,
oh.
Let's go ahead here.
Thank you.
Richie, do we need to stand up or no?
Do y'all want to stand up? Yeah, okay, stand up. All right, ready? Oh. 1, 2, 3. Slay.
Slay. Slay. Sorry, the balloon was like on this side. The balloon kept going back and forth.
Dr. Walton, if any of the trustees would like to say something
Oh, sure.
to
Please do.
President Jennifer.
Jen. I'm gonna try not to cry.
Right.
So you've been on ASB a little while, right? We've spent a lot of time together. You are magic, baby. Magic. Don't ever let anybody steal your spark. You are amazing. You always have been. I'm just glad you know it now. So proud of you.
Oh, thank you.
So was it 2 years ago at the ASB retreat?
Mm-hmm.
Or 3?
We don't need to talk about it.
2 or 3? I'm not going to talk too much. 3, was it 3?
2. Yeah.
How far you have come,
Right.
right? I might have felt a little bad back then about beating you up that Saturday morning up there, but I don't feel so bad about it now. You're amazing. I told you that then, and now you're hearing it even more, right? The question is, do you believe it yet?
Am I supposed to actually answer
You
that?
answer with yes.
Yeah, do you believe it now? Well, don't lie. If you don't, you don't. You didn't 2 years ago. You did not believe.
I like my plaque now.
You like your plaque.
I was getting ready to steal my name tag tonight.
I got permission
Rip the
for
whole
you.
thing off the
You should.
I
podium
told her
and
not
take
to
it
take
with
the
me.
wood, though.
You should. Just watch for the cops. You go out that door.
I know, but she wants the wood.
They're there and they're there. You make a clean getaway out that door. No,
I
do
got
you,
her. I got
do
it
you
approved.
believe it now? You need to believe in yourself. It doesn't matter how much we all believe in you. You have to believe in yourself. And I hope that you leave here believing that we are all telling you the truth. You're amazing.
Thank you.
Well, when John and I met you, we thought, wow, this girl's going to go places. Because when we talked to her, it's like, oh, she is really smart. Do I feel stupid? But you're an amazing young lady, and you've done a fantastic job on ASB. And like I said, you are going to go places.
Thank you.
Jen, I've been with my wife for 36 years, and I remember the first night that we were in Washington, we had all gone out to dinner, and Joe goes to bed early, so we left early. And in Uber, my wife turned to me and she said, "Who is that young lady?" And I can tell you that everybody she's ever said would either come through our front door or would not ever come through our front door, or who she thought was really smart and had a lot to do. She's absolutely right. While you're giving your presentation, I turned to Dan and I said, "I have never seen this." And he turned to me and said, "Joe, I've never seen this ever." I mean, wow, we've seen a lot of great student leaders come through here. That's why we're here. I'm going to tell you all kind of a funny story. So last night after we picked our Laura over here, Laura D.
Our Laura.
Laura. Wow, that was quick.
We were talking about the fact that she's going to go on to be a UCLA Bruin, and I had the opportunity of watching Lou Alcindor's first game in the 11 championships at UCLA, so it's always been very close. And I lived in West LA. So I said to her, "Deb and I would love to come down and take you out to lunch." You know what she says? "I've got a food card, and I can take you out to lunch." I said, "Jen, don't ever offer anybody a meal when you're in college. You're supposed to take whatever meals that you can get." What?
I thought I said I was looking for a rich husband.
Well, yeah. And I got a lot of developer friends. They all live in Newport Beach, 92660. But I'll just say you have, you bring a ball of fire, your convictions. Dr. Taringa, I don't think you could have written anything better. I mean, what you wrote comes from your heart. You're not one that does things like that. And I'll just say this, Jen, we love you all. We're very proud. And we hope that you come back. And I know that someday we're all going to be able to say, we remember what we do her. So.
You broke him. You broke Joe.
You made Joe cry.
Did make me cry.
I absolutely can't believe you're the same person I met. I don't know if it was, they're arguing with us 2 or 3 years ago, but whichever it was, I was there. And I remember you appealing to me to help you. And I just kept telling you to go on, you could do it. And you have more than done it. More than done it. And so, thank you. Let's give her one more hand and we'll move on. All right. Kirsten, this is what you get to follow.
Wow.
It's a tough act to follow.
Yeah.
I have to say, though, keep your eye on this gal. I see a future young alumni Hall of Fame.
Oh, for
Fame
sure.
Absolutely.
in our future here, so we will be celebrating her.
What do you think I circled right here? VVC Foundation Special Presentation.
Exactly. Exactly. Congratulations. Can you put my slides up, please, Tim? So the foundation had their gala on Saturday, many of whom were able to attend that are in this room. So thank you for supporting
job.
the event.
Another
Thank you
great
so
job.
much. If we go to the next slide. Okay, so we netted. So when I say raised, we netted $108,000, which that all goes to support student success. Through a variety of ways. It can be scholarships, it can be emergency funding, right? But we're here for the students. I'm going to play a little video. We had a great band, Natalie Blue, homegrown. I thought she was fabulous.
You did a great job.
Great,
Please,
very good.
please go ahead and play that. Working on the audio. So very small snippet. She played such a variety of music. I think it appealed to all generations and different music. Her range in her voice was fantastic. And she's local. So if anyone's having a great event, hire her. So she's great. Next slide, please. Our scholarship ceremony today. Thank you, Joe. You mentioned that today. We were able to award 418 scholarships today for a total of $230,000. And then I would like to share, we had a speaker, Kaylee Acevedo. She is one of the valedictorians. She spoke at our event, and so I'd like to share that video.
Every single professor here has changed my life for the better. Before me, I see some of the most hardworking people I've ever had the pleasure of meeting. Some of us are full-time parents, caretakers, laborers with multiple jobs. And I just wanted to give a thank you to the donors who have helped us get to this point. Congratulations to everyone who has received a scholarship today. And again, another thank you to our donors for giving us this opportunity to make all of our dreams come true. Thank you.
She was absolutely fantastic. She works in the PAC, and also she'll be graduating. So anyhow, are there any questions for me? Oh, I have one more thing. We have our alumni pre-party tomorrow. Before graduation, as all the graduates come in, we really try to pump them up. You know, Chris does his thing. He has a shtick. We have gift cards that we're going to give away. We'll have music. We have snacks. Really keep the mood light and give them some encouragement and just have a good time.
We do have a famous alumni that I found out today. How many of you know Terry Caldwell, the attorney? So Terry was mayor of the city of Victorville 8 times, 32 years he served. And he was a part of this thing today. And when we got done, we got talking, and he said, you know, Joe, I went to VVC. I said, what? He goes, well, I used to hunt on this property. They used to hunt all kinds of stuff. But he went to class one time, one semester at Victor Valley Union High School District, because that's where we started. So he's actually a former alumni, which I thought was pretty cool.
Good to know. I actually didn't know he was an alum.
Yeah.
So, great. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, John, Nolan, you're getting toward the end.
No pressure.
We're gonna start with the facilities update.
Tell us how you really feel. It's your last meeting.
Don't look so excited.
Substantial completion today is scheduled for the first week of July. Last week, it was the last week of June. I don't know what it'll be next week.
So Joe jinxed us last night.
Just FYI, I put out the word, we're not taking possession of that building till the punch list is done.
Right.
Because I have been there before while we were still doing punch lists 2-3 years later. So not happening for us unless the board tells me differently.
Just get it done.
We're gonna get the
So I
punch
got-
list done and then we'll move in.
I got a few slides of the inside. This is the main corridor of the event center inside. They just finished the floors. Of course, there's a lot of housekeeping to do, a lot of cleanup. Next slide, please. This is the west entry. It's all glass, or east entry, actually. It's all glass on the road side of the facility. There's pivoting doors that go in that large opening there. So we still got a little bit of work to do in that area. Next slide. So this is the three salons looking towards the east or towards the west. See, I don't know which way I'm looking, but they've got carpet in almost half of it. There's 3 salons there. There's 2 skyfold partitions that come out of the ceiling to break this up into 3 rooms with full AV in all 3 rooms. Next slide. There's the board dais. So you guys should be sitting there within the next 2 years.
You know that CalPERS check?
Good
you wrote
old
for the cashier
John.
month?
Good old John.
Next slide, please. This is the conference room that you'll be using for your closed sessions. Next slide. This is one of the restrooms in the actual event center. Next slide. This is the catering kitchen. As you can see, there's a little bit of cleanup to do in there. This is on the east side of the facility. Next slide. So this is the stadium side. There's restrooms that are accessible from the stadium without having to go into the event center. So this is the women's restroom on the north side of the building. Next slide. This is the concession stands, which is also accessible on the stadium side. And I think that's it. Now we're going to have if you didn't know, the M&O department has a drone now. So we're going to see how it looks on the exterior as of yesterday. So that's the south side of the building.
Was that you, Andrew, that said that?
No, I don't know. It was somebody in the back, in the very back.
Call it the Mojave River Valley.
Oh, gosh. Look at that.
So they'll finish up. That'll all be pavers where the dirt is.
It looks good.
It's getting there.
It's getting there.
John, was there a reason to do the concrete right there, that carve out on the street?
That's a stop, bus stop.
Okay.
Just stop. So those pavers they'll be in the front there when we get finished.
Those are nice.
So
So each of the salons has exterior doors so that you can come out and lounge around in that area. There's the concession windows. That big opening is the actual restroom facilities for the stadium.
Was that the asphalt being redone?
Yeah,
There was
right
a
here.
guy-
Actually, they're yeah.
I thought you said a different word.
I did too.
Oh, go what?
So that's not the track, that's what's gonna be under the track.
Correct. And it's got to sit for 30 days and then they'll start putting the rubber track surface down.
That was on there already. Did they take,
No,
they've never put it down?
no. No, it didn't meet specifications, so they didn't put it down. So that's the visitors bleachers.
Kevin got a new toy.
Yes, I did.
You're getting
Is
good
that
at
you
it.
doing that, Kev?
No, it's Dusty Shores.
Oh.
Have you tried it yet?
Look at that.
I can't do that.
They're right in the middle of the field.
That's amazing.
You're a liability then, huh?
Yes. Good job, Andrew.
Woo, Andrew! Good job, Andrew.
Very cinematic this
That looks good.
Well, you get that feeling of, some big stadium,
It's real. It is.
Yeah, no, but when they take the, these look like a big bowl.
You did a nice job. Good job, Kevin.
So there's our adjacent baseball field. Next thing to go down is the sod. So they're working on, finishing the infield now.
Bless you.
The sod should start within the next couple of weeks. When did Morley say when?
Wow.
So when this is done, it'll be a very nice baseball field.
Mm-hmm.
The new
Oh, that
backstop
looks good.
nice.
That turned out nice.
Yeah. So now you know Kevin has a drone, so if you want to request any aerial photograph, you know where to call.
I'm good.
We use it all the time. It's a great tool.
Yeah.
It's a really great tool.
Yeah, and it'll pay for itself. We go, when we get ready for a storm, the rain's coming, we could go across the roofs of all the buildings and make sure that the roof drains aren't obstructed. So it's going to pay for itself really quick. So that's the facilities report.
Great.
Awesome.
So that's your last facilities report, right?
That is.
Huh?
That
We'll be
is.
back for another one?
No.
So
I will be back for the first football game if it meets my retiree schedule.
Oh, really?
well, we're gonna try to see if we can make him let us pay for his way here for the ribbon cutting and all that. So,
Definitely.
but we'll have to work into his retiree schedule, so whatever that is. So come back, because it's time to do the 2024-25 tentative budget presentation. So every year, the board must adopt a tentative budget, capital word tentative, for the next year. And we're going to throw it at you right now and talk to you about it, and then let you give us a
Okay.
licking.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that makes CBOs retire when the state budget goes to the south. Next slide, please. So a little recap of the year we're in. Next slide. So our revenue, what's going on this year for revenue? Advanced apportionment last year in August had our revenue at $84,738,091.
Of course, you know we're growing. We turned in some pretty good numbers. At first principle apportionment is really what we use to develop this budget, the tentative budget. So at first principle apportionment, our total calculated revenue from the funding formula was $95,567,090. Now the good news, you'll see there, we got an additional basic allocation for the medium college now of $2,146,519. But at P1, there's a revenue deficit of $3,393,743, and it shows us with unfunded FTS of $1,053.87, which is $5,520,000. $520,544 for a total revenue shortfall in P1 of $8,914,287, and that basically says that we're underfunded by $8.9 million on our earned calculation.
You want to say what P1 means?
It's first principle apportionment. Next slide. So here's the actual Exhibit C that we tie to, and that number, that 92,173,347, you can see at the bottom right-hand number. So our TCR calculates to 95,567,090, and then the very last line on the right side is the, down farther, is the 3,393,393 deficit. So the state across the board is 3.5512% deficit across the system. So for us, it calculates at 3,393,743. So our TCR does not include the 5.5 million in unfunded FTS. That, well, at this point at P1 is not scheduled to be paid.
It's
So,
TCR.
yeah, total computational revenue via the formula, the current funding formula.
So I'll just add in here, he's giving you P1 numbers. So are you getting to P2 later in here?
Well, I use a couple of P2 numbers, but P2 is not out yet, so we really don't know how they're going to allocate growth.
But currently, what it's showing is that we are unfunded FDS 1,451 or something like that.
Yeah.
So our unfunded FTS has grown by 400. So that means that's a lot, that's millions of dollars. And that's just the current status. We don't know what the governor is going to end up with or what they're going to end up funding or how much of it. We believe we'll get some of it, but it's pretty drastic. And the Kern district, which has 3 colleges, is unfunded by 2,200 FTES. We are second in the state with 1 college at 1,450. And San Jacinto College over in Tehachapi area is unfunded by 900. So we're the top 3 colleges that have the bulk of the unfunded FTES in the state. So we are ringing the bells in Sacramento and not taking it laying down, but it's a serious fight that we are on to get this money, to get ourselves funded. Just know it's out there, and we're in the middle of the fight.
Right, and so that $5.5 million number goes to about 7.6 at P2. But we really don't know. They really don't allocate out the growth until P2 is really, which is the second period apportionment, has better numbers from all the colleges. So that's when they distribute the growth, plus that's when they calculate some of the FTES earned for categorical programs. So the next slide, please. So our expenditure recap, and you'll see it later in the slides, the actual expenditures for our current year compared to the year before. Salaries and benefits increased by approximately 36%, and that's primarily due to the recruitment of vacant positions, a lot of them that were COVID-related, and the very large number of retro payroll that the negotiated contracts called for. So there was multi-year for classified management, multi-year retros. Books and supplies, the numbers show 353% difference. You'll see them later. I'll point those out to you. A lot of programmer startup related costs, FTS growth, inflation, and then we distributed quite a bit of praise allocations from the prior year. It's a lot of instructional supplies. Some of the programs got as one-time praise allocations. Services, operating supplies increased 62%. A lot of that was due to, again, program startup, FTS growth, inflation. We have the new printer leasing program, and then we're also having additional costs related to our Lucian SaaS software implementation costs. Capital outlay increased 69%. There was quite a bit of funding that went to the M&O and the PAC for one-time praise equipment allocations. Was one of them the drone? But yeah, there you go. So you'll see some of the numbers are pretty large when you look at them on the spreadsheet. So next. So now we'll talk about, well, look at that. I put 24. So I guess I had a bad day too. Next slide. So just general fund, these are every year. We've got to remain compliant with the 50% law. There's a board designated 16.67 ending fund balance reserve. We always run it through the budget development process through the budget committee. Vacancies due to retirement or resignation will not automatically be filled. And so we've developed a budget based on the governors may revise, and so you'll see the numbers. Next slide. Revenue assumptions. So here's, Dr. Walden talked about it. Now at P2, we think we're at 1,450 unfunded FTS. We've been told that the deficit factor is not going to go down. And they also said hopefully it won't go up. Apportionment revenue is estimated. The Chancellor's Office, they have an estimator. So our second period apportionment that we turned in was 12,408.61 FTS. We assume no growth funding because we don't have any idea. The system basically has $28 million worth of growth funds available to the colleges that are growing, which we're waiting to see how much of that 28 million we can. There's a COLA of 1.07 in the general fund. It's around $1 million. Next slide. Expense assumptions. So health and welfare has gone up about 6%. Next year's rates, that's about $525,000. We have settled with all the bargaining units. PERS rate, we think it's increasing a little bit. I don't even think the rates have came out yet. I haven't seen them published. STRS is supposed to stay the same. Property and liability insurance costs are increasing $218,000, and that's just 100% due to our FTS growth because the majority of our insurance costs are based on FTS. General fund is going to absorb $2 million in salary and benefits previously funded from categorical funding. And then we're proposing a $2 million transfer out of the fund balance basically for the CDL training site and the Bear Valley Slope Improvement Project on the front of the campus So that's what's in the budget. Next slide. So here's what it looks like. So our adopted budget was basically 96.8 million in revenue. We anticipated retro salary increases and increased costs. So we actually had a $9 million deficit budgeted there. And then you roll that fund balance up, or actually the actuals, estimated actuals are the next column. So we think we're going to finish the year at about a $3.7 million deficit instead of the $9 million deficit. We're still doing retroactive payments to staff. So at the end of the year, we don't know if it's going to hit this year or they're going to hit it next year. So some of our estimates in that expenditure line items for this year are really kind of, we're at the end of the year. There's a lot of encumbrances, so some of the numbers look pretty substantial. So I've went round and around with Marie and some of the fiscal folks on the estimates for the end of the year and actually for the projections for next year. So I think we were very conservative. There's no growth. This is really worst case scenario.
So that's what I want to point out. So this is worst case scenario if the state were to not fund any growth and we lose the 1,450 FTES, and we lose the $3.5 million for the deficit factor, that still leaves us with a reserve of 25%. So it's eating into it. Obviously, it's eating into it $10 million in a worst case scenario. Now, one more year like that, and then we have a problem. But we're still growing. The summer is up by, last I heard, 35%. Is that still about, that's right? And that starts Monday. So our summer's through the roof. I don't know do you know where fall is yet right now? It's double digit? Okay, well, so see, it's not stopping. My belief is we're going to get funded eventually. In fact, one of the things the state has done in the past when they didn't fund, whenever the money happens 3 or 4 or 5 years later, they go back. One of the first things they do is they go back and fund everybody who didn't get funded way back there. The problem is you got to float that. And so with this kind of reserve, we can float it for a year or two, but that's it. And so we'll know a lot more by the time you get a final budget in September. That's the law. You get your final budget in September. Right now, we're waiting on the legislature I think they've finished. Now they're with the governor trying to work it out, the final stuff. And he's supposed to sign by July 1st. So this is, it might look scary to some of you, but if you've been around a while, this is public funding in California. This is how it works. And it can get really, really scary, and then it gets a whole lot better, and then it gets worse, and then it goes better again. So it's just a thing. I will remind you that typically in the past, according to my predecessor, the average reserve was for this college was 5 or 6%. The year that I came, it was 8%. So even with all of this, we still have a reserve of 25%. So it's not like it used to be, and it's still balanced in the sense of we're not using our money. But if we get the funding, these numbers will change. So just wanted you to see what's really going on, and we're planning on having a college-wide forum sometime before John leaves. He may be waiting to his last day to have
schedule it after I leave.
Pre-recorded.
Dr. Walton, if you could, Trustee Laura, the reason we picked you last night is we wanted to do this presentation tonight as your first night of how we balance the budget, so.
So I already met with her today, and she's not shocked right now.
No.
She's already got shocked.
Did you explain to her the 50% rule?
No, so the 50% law is a law in California that community colleges have to spend 50% of their unrestricted fund, which is what you're looking at here, on classroom instruction. So that means teachers in the classroom and instructor, what do we call it, instructor assistants? What are those?
Structural aids.
Structural
Yeah.
aids, actual classroom instruction. So it does not pay, so for example, counselors, librarians are on the other side of the 50% law. So that's, and the colleges out here are riding that right now, right on the edge, and we're right with the rest of them. I don't know where we are right now, but last I saw was like 50.3 or something.
Yeah, it's 51%, I think was our last.
51,
It's-
okay.
yeah,
Thank you.
It's tough.
I'm feeling better.
I would just say this, Trustee Laura, when I came here 13 years ago, we had a $4 million structural deficit. So it means and if you're in the private sector, you can't last unless you're Warren Buffett. Okay, so that's how my world works. You have to go to the bank. The board fought for a long period of time. There was a lot of pressure on the board not to change that. It did get changed over the course of time. And now we have a mandatory board policy of 16.7%. So, we can see these things and watch them, and people get worried and say, well, what's going to happen? And I feel good from our job is to be a good steward of this college and be sure that the doors are going to be open at all times. So,
Right, and that policy is only 3 years old, so.
we're doing real well.
Yes.
Well,
But you can see what happened last year. I mean, all the retro, so what happens is if you're going back all the way over to the left, you see there was a huge reserve in what year was that, the 22, 23 year?
22, 23 ending reserve.
Because we were still in negotiations and the COLAs were piling up. So we ended up paying retro for the classified. They went all the way back to spring of 21. No, sorry, summer of 21. And for the rest of well, I don't know. I don't want to get into all the numbers because I got union people here and I don't know if I'm right or not. But my point is, there was a lot of retro. So yeah, we'll just pause on that. So because I got one here and there's another one right behind her. So anyway, and there's probably another one hiding under that thing over there. But so paying all that retro, of course, has brought down the reserve. I have no interest in building a huge reserve. In fact, I think they're unhealthy for the system because Sacramento looks at all these big reserves and says, oh, you got a bunch of money. I think 25% or 20% is great. For one thing, I'd like for us to get independent from the county and be on our own like a lot of other community colleges and not have to go through the county. And we're going to need a reserve like this or somewhere around it. And we'll easily have it if we get funded, at least, if not all, for most of it. So that's kind of where we are.
Yeah, and like I said, this is kind of worst case scenario. There's a lot going on in Sacramento right now, and they're behind closed doors, so nobody knows what they're talking about, or it's been pretty quiet. But we'll know in the next few weeks where it's going to go. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is all of our funds here. You see the first line is the unrestricted general fund. We have a restricted general fund that consists of all of our categorical programs, grants, federal, state, local grants. There's like $76 million in revenue in that fund. The bond interest and redemption fund is the fund that the county collects the taxes up for it to pay our debt service on our general obligation bonds. That's pretty much just runs a pass-through through our books. Of course, the bookstore fund is where the bookstore resides. I put a little expense in there for Gabby to redesign her college store. I hope I got enough in there. The cafeteria fund, it's been a real struggle for the Rams Cafe. We're kind of looking at how we're gonna operate that and try to more integrate it more with the restaurant management program. Our labor costs are high, of course, food costs are high, and our sales just aren't where they need to be. So that's one of the things Dr. Walden and his staff are gonna have to deal with. Child Development Fund is the fund for the Child Development Center. They've been pretty healthy the last few years. Fund 39 is our famous GIC, and guess what? It matures in December of '24.
Right on.
So we're gonna get the big fat check from them and it's all over. So you can see that it's gonna zero out. We've got, as I've told you in the past few years, we've been kind of manipulating cash because the GIC is a guaranteed investment contract that pays 7.7% interest. In the county, some quarters, the county is below 1% interest. So we've been kind of moving cash around to keep that GIC principal earning that 7.7. So I kind of pity the poor guy or gal that replaces me and has to go through and do all the reconciliation of all the cash transfers that we've been doing the last couple of years just so we can maximize that interest earnings.
But you're a phone call away.
Yeah, exactly. On my retiree schedule, though.
Is that email too?
Capital Outlay Project Fund used to be Fund 71. This was some of our alignment. This is where we do most of our capital projects. Of course, the bond fund is where they let the GO bond fund proceeds go. We're projecting an ending fund balance of at least $9.5 million. Insurance Trust Fund is a fund that we use for insurance, purchase insurance and or pay claims and other claims or related cost. Fund 71 now is the ASB trust account. Student center fee is Fund 73. The Health Trust Fund is the Health Center Fund. So we're showing some revenue and expense in that fund. Hopefully that'll be up to student services. The building now vacated by the auxiliary services team is now going to be converted to its original design, which was a health clinic for the students. Pension irrevocable trust was set up a few years ago. We showed minor revenue in there. We haven't got our latest investment returns yet. The OPEB, 15.1 million. We actually had a meeting last week. We killed it in the last 6 months to 3 quarters. So we're 100% funded for our OPEB liability. I think there's 15.6 million in there right now as of last week. Of course, that's the investment portfolio. It goes up and down. So federal grant funds, that's our pass-through typically for our financial aid and the longstanding high-tech loan fund and emergency loan fund. So
I want to point out that, so while the general fund, well, I'll just say with a little bit of faith, I believe we're going to get some funding, is at $110 million a year now. The total fund for the college revenue this year is expected by this, and this was without that extra money, is $246 million. So that's $250 million that we're responsible for every year. And so I know, Joe, you're always out in the community talking about, you know, what's the money at the college. So it's really, if you look at all funds, $250 million. And our unrestricted general fund, which is our operating money, is a little over 100,000. So, I mean, 100 million. Just so you have numbers as you're bored when you're out there and people are talking to you, you know the numbers. They're right here. I'm reading them off.
okay, next slide. There's the cautions. Continued state budget challenges, who knows? The unfunded growth, that's a battle coming. Now there was talk in the legislature this year about limiting the reserves of community colleges. They do it at the K-12 level. So they were talking about mirroring us with a K-12. They have basically the 16.67 is their limit of their reserves. So the state forces them to spend to that level. So if you have over that 16.67, you get less state funding. So that made it all the way to the committee level. I think the appropriations committee tabled it, saved us from that. Because, you know, we're at 45%, we're at 36, we're projecting to be at 25. So they would basically lower our funding and make us spend our local money first. So that could be on the horizon again, depending on the state's finances. And then other districts that don't fare well in the current funding formula are now all talking about creating a new funding formula. So who knows what's going to happen? But you know, it's been through this cycle a few times. I hope that our growth is not indicative of the actual overall economy of the state of California, because if you've been around, community college enrollment is inversely proportional to the basic economy of California. So when the economy is booming, everybody's working and they don't go to school. And then when the economy tanks, everybody's out of work, they come to community colleges and we get no funding. So I hope that's not what's ahead, but we've been there, done that. I know Dr. Walden's been there more than once, but.
John, I hate to say it because we watch the numbers. Our valley's been in a recession for the last 2 years. I mean.
Yeah. But I think, you know, with the growth we're experiencing, it's just, you know, we talked closely with the state over the last 2 years. You know, we seen the growth coming. Should we keep trying to grow? And the leadership at the chancellor's office, oh yeah, we need growth, we need growth. You're going to get paid. Well, the regime's changed a little bit, so it's going to get real interesting to see if we were advised right.
Well, my one hope is that the chancellor, as I said, the #1 district that's as the most unfunded is Kern, which was her district that she was chancellor of, and now she's state chancellor. So I think she's got it on her radar, hopefully.
Yeah. Okay, next slide. Any questions?
Any questions on the board? I'm going to suggest that we take a 7-minute break. We've still got a good hour plus to finish out this agenda. So if everybody can be back here at 8:30, because we have a lot of. Oh.
And now graduation.
What?
See, we're gonna be falling asleep on
want this? We could eat it like Lady in the Tramp. Yes, I said it. I know music and everything. I know, right? Yep.
Okay.
I'll just say it. Everybody knows how I am already.
Just real quick, Frank. You guys turned off. Frank, we got a new employee here.
Yes, good evening, everybody. So I'd like to introduce Deanna Berry. She's our new program manager for community education, and she has hit the ground running, already done some amazing things with our partners and different community events, and we're thrilled to have her. She brings great new ideas, great energy, and doing an amazing job, and expect a lot of greatness to come from community ed this next year. So Deanna, want to talk a little bit?
Thank you. Ooh, I think my voice is like super loud for the mic, but thank you all. Oopsie. Thank you all. Thank you all for just your patience and flexibility tonight and for obviously having me here. I'm super excited to be here at VVC, literally since before I started, so the interview process. I've really had the pleasure of just hearing from amazing people, and then obviously final level interview, being drilled by Dr. Scott. So it is, no, seriously, it was the best. He told me I did not fold. So I am just super excited to like be here and to be able to talk about like those experiences leading up to my employment. And seriously, I'm working with probably, I mean, I haven't met all the teams, but I think I'm working with the best team. Frank Castaños, Pandora, our new office assistant, Yolanda, along with the rest of the team, just amazing. But I really want to give a special thanks to Dr. Tarango, Dr. Scott, and Dr. Walden for choosing me to be here at VVC. So much more to come. I wish I could tell you all right now, but yeah, we have to work commencement tomorrow. So super excited about that. Thank you all for having me. It's so good to see so many familiar faces. Thank you.
Thank you. Next group, Academic Senate, report. Anybody? Nothing?
Only if you want to.
I didn't prepare a report.
Up to you.
So it means you want to get home 3 minutes earlier. You get 3 minutes or?
I'm good, thank you.
Great, thanks. AFT part-time?
Not here.
ASB?
I'll make it quick because I had my big presentation. Fortunately, I presented on all 12 goals, but as you know, that's not all we have done this year. We did a lot more. We went to conferences. We connected with community colleges across California, most notably Butte College, where we tried to exchange my current executive senator for a student at Butte College. They didn't want to take him. We would have taken her in a heartbeat.
A whole Jeep?
But most importantly, as you know, we just had our ASB election, so I would just like to introduce the new elected council for next year to you, starting with Fine Arts Senator Maurice Davis, Health Science Senator and Public Safety Hannah Rodriguez, Student Advocate Savannah Blaken, Executive Senator Stephen Guevara, Secretary Portia Guerrero, and finally, your new ASB President and Student Trustee, Haley Reyes. And with that, I'll just leave with a couple more final remarks of saying thank you so much. I really appreciated all the support you have given me and the students, and I again had an amazing year. And thank you for my little gifts and my plaque. I really appreciate it. So thank you.
CSEA?
Good evening, Dr. Walden and Board of Trustees, and welcome Trustee DeVericus. So I only have a couple of things tonight. I wanted to mention that recently I've heard from a few staff members, they've had incidents where tires have been popped on campus and also an issue with gas being stolen. So it reminded me that a while back, I recall hearing a proposal, I think it was at a board meeting, but it was a while ago, to purchase a more elaborate security camera system for campus police. I'm not sure if that purchase ever happened, but it seems with more and more issues happening on campus, it's definitely something that should be given a top priority if it isn't already. I'm sure it would help campus police in their efforts to catch these people doing vandalism. Also, as you know, last month was Classified School Employees Week. Everyone that was able to participate enjoyed the weekly activities. Trustee Brady stopped by to have some tacos in the horrible wind with us on Friday. Thank you.
Wait. I won the flying taco contest.
I wasn't going to
I
mention
had a
that.
taco. I had a taco that flew, and literally where that lady is in the green, it flew and it left everything between here and there. It was fun.
Well, we do appreciate you taking time out of your busy day to join us
They
in
were
the
good
wind. Lastly, I put together a little slideshow to show everything that took place during that week. So if Tim wants to play that, you can see what your donations, those of you who donated, went towards our week of activities. Oh,
Love it.
on Monday, we did some deliveries of little gifts to every single classified employee on campus. We went from the top to the bottom, and we went into every office and met everybody. 14,868 steps.
That's a good day.
And it was windy. Tuesday, we had an Aloha Snow shaved ice company come out and do shaved ice for everybody. Which I do believe this shaved ice company now sets up in front of Winco by Jess Ranch. If
Oh,
anybody wants to
nice.
check them out, it was some of the best shaved ice.
Really?
Wednesday was Jitters Coffee and Donuts donated by the foundation. Thursday, we just had Twin Day and did raffle giveaways. Some of the gift cards that were donated by
I love
VVC.
it.
And then the Taco Day.
Oh, Joe, good job. Yes.
It was a really good week, and we do appreciate everybody that donated gift cards, or some of the managers donated cash, the foundation donated the coffee truck. So we really appreciate all the support we had during that week. It was a good week.
Thank you for the slideshow.
You're welcome.
It's really nice to see it.
Thank you.
Because apparently I have to quit my job to go to anything.
No, but I think coming back to what Trustee Wood was saying, having a master calendar, they always do this like the third week in May. And
Right.
it's something that if we knew you could kind of block out, that's where I think the master calendar works. So we
Well.
beat that thing to death. Okay. CTA.
I work for a school, so. Ooh.
CTA's
Mr.
in
Gibbs,
the
it's been a
house.
long time.
Yeah, they keep scheduling me to work on Tuesday nights. This year I'll be here more often. So we finally got the contract
Thanks for
done. Oh, the warning?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's on the agenda tonight. I just thought it would be appropriate for me to come and give a couple of comments. That contract was a lot of work, probably for both sides. And it took us a long time to get here. A lot of revisions with fixing all the red line, because that thing was huge. It's a lot of people keep, when's the final contract gonna be done? And I was kind of like, well, this thing's bigger than I've been involved with since I've gotten involved. I have the vote totals, which I wish I could have reported earlier. For our side, we approved it. It was 84 yes votes and 10 no votes. So we actually had almost 100% of members vote. So it overwhelmingly passed. We're still having some issues. Some people aren't entirely happy with it, but I think that we are trying to work it out. I think with the deans and the VPs, I think VVCFA does have a working relationship of trying to smooth out some of the issues. Professionally, I might add, we're all trying to keep it professionally. I want to, from this point forward, to keep it collaborative and not antagonistic is my personal goal. Remember the new contract will be coming up. More bargaining again. I hope it doesn't take us a full year and a half. And our goal is also to keep it collegial again. And that's it.
And we appreciate that. Management.
Evening, Dr. Weldon, members of the board, student trustee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and present this evening. As I'm known for, I like to have our programs speak for themselves, so I'm very proud of them. So this is Marie Hedges. She's our faculty lead for our cosmetology program. Here to talk to you about where we are at this time.
Hi, my name is Marie Hedges. I'm the faculty lead for cosmetology, and thank you for the opportunity to come and boast about our students and our program and everything we've done. Our very first group of cosmetology students started in the classroom in August, and they just finished on Friday. We started with 46 in the program, and 42 of them finished the program.
Good.
We finished our manicuring was a spring semester. It's a shorter program, so they were able to get it done in 12 weeks, and all 20 of the ones that started finished. So they're currently all waiting for the state board to give them a test date to take their license. While they're waiting for that, we do have a test prep class. It's an online program where we can get them even more ready and keep drilling them so they can pass the license test, which is a 100-question multiple choice test from the state. So we're hoping for good results from that. We've done what we can. We've taught them a lot, and they in turn have taught us a lot about how we can make our program better and different strategies we need to implement to have an even more successful program. We get to celebrate these students one final time on Friday at their cosmetology graduation. I believe you had all been invited. We'd love to have you. They're going to be all in pink. That was their request. So they're very excited about that. And I'm excited to be able to celebrate them and my faculty, who I can't thank enough, and my instructors. We have 10 instructors for our programs, and we couldn't do it without them. We are not taking a break. On Monday, we start our next group of cosmetology students. It filled up very quickly. We have 50 seats available, and there's 30 people on the wait list already trying to get in. So our program is very needed. It's a wonderful opportunity we have to have in the community, and being non-credit, it's affordable for those that can't afford the normal cost of going to cosmetology school. We have curriculum written for barbering and estheticians program. I field many emails every week from people wondering when those programs are starting, and I keep saying, we're just hang on, and as soon as we get the classroom space, I would assume that those are going to be just as successful as our cosmetology and manicuring programs have been. I just want to take one last second before I'm done to thank Dr. Tarango and Dr. Radcliffe for all the work they put into starting this program and for trusting me to help lead this faculty and get them going, and thank you very much for your time.
Just a little sidebar. We're in the commercial business and leasing, and one of the top requests we get are for barber shops now. And the cost that they're getting to get a man's haircut is crazy. I mean, and they're full all the time. I mean, it's a real popular, so it's a big group of people out here, so it's pretty exciting. Okay. Consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered by the Board of Trustees to be routine and have been approved by the President Superintendent under Board Policy 2430. There'll be no separate discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on them unless a board member requests a specific item be removed from the consent agenda for discussion and separate vote. Public comment on consent items from anyone completing a card will be heard prior to the board's vote on the consent agenda. The complete written request to address the board shall be submitted at the beginning of the open session portion of the meeting. This is the opportunity for the public to address the board on any consent agenda items. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per individual, total of 15 minutes per topic. Speakers will be timed electronically. All speakers will be called to the podium to speak at the appropriate time to address the board. Only those that have been recognized by the board president will be permitted to speak under Board Policy 2350. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion?
I need a second.
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Tarpley and a second by trustee Pinkerton.
Are you doing good?
Sorry.
Trustee Tarpley and a second by trustee Pinkerton.
Pinky.
Assist by Tarpley. I'm not going to miss one time, Jen.
Oh, that's a bold statement, Cotton.
I'm going to be perfect.
He's gonna miss.
No, he's
Just
going
like
to jinx me.
yesterday?
It's like a double dribble. Ready?
Yes.
Student trustee?
Yes.
Jen, you're not going to jinx us.
Nope.
We're gonna try.
Jen's gonna leave and say Joe was perfect the entire year. Uh-oh. I didn't,
Uh-oh, he needs you.
no, well, Dan, I think, has got it. How it did it.
I did that to me yesterday.
You guys are getting ad
Somehow.
pop-ups?
No,
Is that what happens? It's like ad pop-ups?
Yeah, I know.
They're right.
We need to fix that.
Do we get it? Congrats, Kitty. Bingo. No, this is, hey, little baby steps, right?
Hey, and Laura's first vote.
Yeah, right on. How many millions did she give away tonight?
Well, you can see.
Not just her.
Yeah.
You did it too,
Well, we had
buddy. You
75
did it
items
too.
or something. Yeah, there's a lot.
You don't get to harass her on her first night.
Item-
I can take it.
Item number 11, action agenda. The complete written request to address the board shall be submitted at the beginning of the board, at the beginning of the open session portion of the meeting. Individuals who want to comment on an action item may do so after being recognized by the board president before board discussion of a particular item during the meeting. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per individual and a total of 15 minutes per topic. Speakers will be timed electronically, and all speakers will be called on at the appropriate time to speak. Only those that have been recognized by the board president will be permitted to speak under Board Policy 2350. Item number 12.1, separate approval of items already pulled. We don't have that. 12.2, approve and adopt resolution, order of election and specifications for the November 5th, 2024 election. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Tarpley and a second by trustee Pinkerton. Student trustee?
Yes.
I'm 2 for 2. Bingo, 2 for 2. Agenda item 12.3, board delegation, authorized agent Dr. Daniel W. Walton. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Tarpley and a second by trustee Wood. Student trustee?
Yes.
How you doing, Katie? She's doing great. Look at how fast you're going,
Of course I
Katie.
voted.
Boom.
Boom.
Of course.
Way quicker than Michelle.
Oh,
Yeah.
Brandon
Ooh.
Wood.
Wow, see what happens when they know you're on your way out? Like they roll you over like that asphalt machine down there, you know? Yeah. But they do it front and back.
Brandon, apologize right now.
I don't know. Never, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Haley would be on my team after somebody went while she wasn't looking, but you know. Win-win.
Did it pop up? Oh, it did? Oh, okay, 12.4. Board delegation. Certify and test the board action, Dr. Daniel Walden, Monica Martinez, Todd Scott, and Karen Hardy. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I have a motion by.
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Wood and a second by trustee Tarpley. Student trustee?
Yes.
You're on it about the student trustee. Good.
She's gonna leave here saying that guy was good.
I love it, Joe.
At this hour of the night, I should be asleep. God bless you.
Thank you.
Well, I've been up with you since 4.
Yeah. 12.5, board delegation, authorized agent Monica Martinez. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Uh-oh. We have a motion by trustee Tarpley and a motion and a second by trustee Pinkerton. Student trustee?
Yes.
my bad.
Uh-oh.
I know, can you believe it?
I just
I
lost
thought I clicked
45
it.
seconds of sleep.
You're welcome.
Not yet.
Okay. I don't know. Do you think this next one, 12.6? 12.6, board delegation authorized agent, the one and only Dr. Todd Scott.
You should ask Art.
Yep. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion by trustee Tarpley and a trustee by trustee Pinkett. No. Do we want to sit down and write a dissertation? Do we have any discussion on this?
I want the Art Lopez advisory vote.
Yeah. Yeah, we can do that over a cocktail. Okay, student trustee.
Yes.
Wow,
Joe, I'm so
I'm 6 for 6. Shaq couldn't make 6 in a row.
He took his Ginkgo biloba today.
Yeah. I can't wait for the new screen. It'll be quicker.
I know. And bigger.
Yeah.
You can read it.
You with glasses, it's hard to see.
No?
Yeah.
Tim's saying no, the other ones aren't bigger?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Yes, they're on each side.
Item 12.7, board delegation, authorized agent Karen Hardy. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by trustee Tarpley, second by trustee Wood. Student trustee?
Yes.
So trustee Laura, on some of these, because they're just almost like ratifying, I don't open it up for discussion. I think the board president can do it. If you want to say something, just wave.
Thank you.
Oh.
12.8.
12.8, secure ID token authorization and access. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Wood and a second by trustee Tarpley. Student trustee?
Yes.
Right. We have nothing under item number 13, under section 14, 14.1, proposition 30, education, protection account expense determination. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second? A motion by trustee Wood and a second by trustee Tarpley. Do we have any discussion?
Well, that's $18 million of EPA income to the district.
We're fine with that.
Student trustee?
Yes.
Hey, where'd your team go? They already went home, huh?
Yeah, they gotta
Well,
get up early
you gotta let them
tomorrow.
know that they gotta stay up with the rest of us. Okay, that went through. 14.2, agreement for renewal on rave mobile safety. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by trustee Wood, second by trustee Tarpley. Any discussion? Student trustee?
Yes.
Great. Katie, you doing okay?
Oh, I'm
Hey.
sorry, I fell asleep.
That was good.
You're doing perfect then.
She's in the same position over there. Well, maybe she's like robotic. AI has now come to VVC.
Love it.
Cool. Yeah, that was good. I hope they got that on film.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Just so you know, Katie's used to 60 board members, not 5.
And
So
I
we're
understand that
nothing.
they have
We're
some pretty big egos, huh?
Small
Just a
potatoes.
little bit.
Yeah, it's okay. That's why they're board members. Okay, 14.3, agreement renewal with Nuventive. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Tarpley, second by trustee Pinkerton. Any discussion? Student trustee.
Yes.
agreement, 14.4, agreement, Kirikwint Meta. Do you have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, a second? I'll look for a second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by trustee Tarpley and second by trustee Pinkerton. Any discussion? Student trustee?
Yes.
$14.5, 69 Health Trust Fund. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Tarpley, second by trustee Pinkerton. Any discussion? Student trustee?
Yes.
14.6, resolution of necessity number 24-14, wall-to-wall commercial floor coverings. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Tarpley, second by trustee Wood. Any discussion? Dr. Walden? Anything?
Well, this is a resolution of necessity, so it requires 4 votes, and it's to cover what.
This is for the sub-material asphalt that you've seen on the,
Yep.
for the track. Bernard's sub couldn't do the job within spec, so they asked our contractor, wall to wall, who's gonna put the rubber coating on, to do the work, and we're gonna back charge.
Okay.
Cost.
How much you think?
This amounts to 231, it's gonna be a little more.
Okay, 231 grand. Okay. Student trustee?
Yes.
Can't imagine what all the back charges are gonna be to these guys.
It'll be fun.
Oh, yeah. You have my support.
Need that.
No, we need to send a message. $14.7 Phoenix Group Information Systems. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Tarpley and a second by trustee Wood. Any conversation, any discussion?
This collects our parking money and we get it back and more.
Good. As soon as you said that, Josh back there stopped on his banana. Okay, so student trustee?
Yes.
$14.8 estimated cost for best net services. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by trustee Tarpley, second by trustee Wood. Any discussion?
We pay this to the county for.
Student trustee?
Yes.
See, they were trying to distract me. That's, I figured it out. Okay. So now that you couldn't get me off my, I'm like 16 for 16 right now.
Ooh.
There's nothing what you want to share? Oh, that's okay.
That's even better.
You get kind of curious when they're looking at the screen, they're laughing. They go, oh, what are you watching?
They're
down there?"
watching TikToks. We're pretty boring.
14.9, the 2024 to 2025 tentative budget. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second? Motion by trustee Tarpley, second by trustee Pinkerton. Any discussion?
No.
I'll just say this personally. I mean, we watch what the state does, and you know, the economy is not coming back like people think.
No.
And I think it's not, we're not gonna see the needle move until November 6th. So once that happens, people will know which way our country's gonna go, and I think we'll see some changes, so. Student trustee?
Yes.
Dr. Walden was right. I told him at 10 o'clock. He said, no, 9:15.
We're not there yet.
No, well, no, but we're getting
Don't
close.
jinx us.
We're going over and under.
He told me to shut up.
Oh, yeah, over and under, I remember.
15.1 non-classified short-term employees. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by trustee Tarpley, second by trustee Wood. Any discussion?
Nope.
Student trustee?
Yes.
Haley, I'm not going to fall for it.
I'm gonna hear all about this tomorrow. What they got going on.
I'm retiring on June 30th.
You're retiring already? So that means Michelle can't leave?
The cake was that good?
She's,
Comedic on the road.
oh my God, okay. 15.2, academic equivalency, Richard Thomas. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second? A motion by trustee Wood, second by trustee Tarpley. Any discussion? Student trustee.
Yes.
Here's the one.
Wow, circle the earth about 10 times.
David left. He was here for this.
He's watching us on Zoom. Nobody else.
Nice to see him. Hadn't seen him for years.
I think Laura has to make at least one motion before the night's over.
Don't stress her out.
No,
Don't put her on
she's
the
got to
spot.
do it. We're running out of
There's
time.
like
She's
no
gotta do it.
pressure here, okay?
Next one, Laura's making the motion. Everybody be quiet.
Okay, I'll just elbow you.
Okay.
Lightly and politely.
15.3,
This is the one.
VVCFA Collective Bargaining
Okay.
Agreement 2022 to 2025. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by trustee Tarpley and a first motion by trustee Laura D.
Lord,
I still can't say her last name, so,
You'll get
sorry.
there.
I'll get it there.
kiss ya.
Student trustee,
Yes.
congrats, Laura.
I gotta say it tomorrow night in front of 10,000 people.
Practicing. As
No,
long as you
I've
don't
got,
have to
I've
spell
got
it.
it in my speech. I'm gonna probably say to Laura.
Trustee
D.
Laura.
Trustee Laura. Sorry.
Trust in.
You're not gonna have any family members, are you? Okay, good. Don't say that guy's a real jerk.
You can tell when he gets tired.
Yeah. Well, I'll score you voted? Cool.
Yes.
Just checking. 15.4, contract of employment, dean, instruction, PSIT. Do I have a motion?
Motion. She did it.
I have a motion by trustee Laura and a second by trustee Tarpley.
Yeah,
So
baby.
this is,
Any discussion?
this is an appointment of, Rick Radcliffe back there
Oh, wait a minute.
to be the dean of instruction for PSIT.
Oh, wait, vote no.
Oh, wait,
July
wait.
1st.
Vote no.
Okay. Well, he's been a good guy. Student trustee,
Yes.
you like him, huh? Okay, well, I guess we will too. Does a good job. Always dresses well. You come out and pass us checks or what? Yeah,
We're waiting to see the vote.
I just do whatever Dr. Walden tells me to do. So in deference to Mr. Brady's nap time, bedtime, I'll keep my remarks very short. Dr. Walden, Board of Trustees, administration, students, faculty, I am super excited about the opportunity to lead what I consider to be the best division at Victor Valley College. And the reason I say that.
Whoa, that's good.
gets in the job, he's already picking fights.
He's dishing it out.
And those other deans came out of their seats.
The reason I say that is because I started teaching industrial technology in Apple Valley in 1998. I've taught auto shop, wood shop, welding. I took a criminal justice class here as a student of VVC before our public safety center ever existed. And so I consider these my people. I'm very excited for the opportunity to work with fantastic faculty and students. I think we're doing a great job. And 3 years ago, when Dr. Trango kind of hinted that I should consider applying for the director position for non-credit, I thought she was a little bit crazy. And
She is crazy. That's what makes her so great.
she has been a fantastic mentor for the last 2 years. We have accomplished more than I ever thought possible. She pushes me to achieve every single day. Dr. Scott, just all of the administration here, basically. Well, no, I mean, like.
Art, do you know how many times you've been run over tonight?
Every night, every night.
Well, because I got signed up to do another community event today. So, but it just, everything is move forward, build great programs, make great experiences for students. Since I've started here, I haven't heard no. I just saw on the agenda today that we have funds allocated, a significant amount of funding allocated for the CDL program. Just the support for what we do is unbelievable in my opinion. And I can't wait to keep doing that and making great experiences for our students.
That's great.
Thank you very much.
Richard, I gotta say one thing. Every time I see you, got a smile on your face. You just always have a great attitude, and that's what people, when you're talking about the great experience for our students, it starts with that smile. Yeah? That's right.
Nobody says no to it.
That's true.
Why'd you say that with such disdain, finance guy?
No, great. Congratulations. 15.3, VVCFA Collective Bargaining Agreement 2022 to 2025. Do I have a motion?
No, aren't we on 15.5, employment agreement interim director?
No, we had Richard, I'm sorry. Okay, 15.5, employment agreement interim director, instruction for nursing. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Pinkerton and a second by trustee Wood. Any discussion? Student trustee?
Yes.
So Jen, that donut wasn't very good, huh?
It just wasn't what I wanted.
Yeah.
I thought I wanted it.
Todd wanted one, and I was thinking about splitting one with him. We both walked away. That was called willpower.
That was smart.
Yeah.
Or you're both quitters.
I like how you think.
I put on 7 pounds last week, and I'm still trying to figure it out. Yep. Bingo. Section 16, rounding gone away. Memorandum of Understanding CCAP Partnership Agreement, July 1st, 2024 through June 30th at 2027 new locations. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by trustee Wood, second by trustee Tarpley. Any conversation, any discussion? Student trustee?
Yes.
This is how we get all this stuff through. We have a really long beginning, get them all tired, and all this stuff where the money
Now
is.
we're on to you. We're gonna
Put all
take it
their
in
money here, and then
shifts.
they're like,
No,
yes,
you know
yes,
what?
yes, yes.
Exactly. We are on it.
Yeah.
He's
Now
going,
we
he
know what's
goes,
going
he
on.
goes, there's 10 minutes and then Brady's tank left, man. That is about 8 minutes left. 16 point, I'm like the ever-ready battery, just dies. 16.2 curriculum changes. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Tarpley and a second by trustee Pinkerton. Any conversation? Student trustee?
Yes.
16.3, independent contractor agreement with Loyal Brothers. Do I have a motion?
Motion?
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by trustee Tarpley and a second by trustee Laura D. Do I have any comment or discussion?
It's my name.
That's the best you're gonna get.
Yeah, this is my name now.
No, we'll get there.
We'll get there.
You know how dogs have to go to training school? I'm one of those kind of dogs.
I need a bell.
No, you need a shock collar.
Yeah, that's the exact collar. That's exactly what they have. Laura, I was put into a military school. I actually got kicked out of a Catholic school.
Oh, here we go.
To get kicked out of a Catholic school, you gotta do a lot of work.
Oh, no.
Student trustee?
Yes. Oh, my goodness.
See, they were distracting me. They thought
Yep, we
I'd
tried.
fall for it. I always said my mother dropped me on my head when I was a kid.
Well, if you wanna stay in the Catholic school, you gotta go to confession.
Yep.
Oh.
I went all the time, but I don't think I was telling the truth. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. 16.4, Memorandum of Understanding, CCAP Partnership Agreement, July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027, updated AVUSD Appendix. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Wood. It sounds like he's falling asleep. And we have a second by trustee Tarpley. Do we have a conversation? Oh, student trustee?
Yes.
Is that a big yawn there, Bren?
Yeah,
Wow.
kicking in. I'm on Joe Brady time.
God, no kidding. I was going to say something else.
Almost there, guys. You can do it.
16.5, Instructional Service Agreements, 2023 to 2026 school years. Do I have a motion?
Motion?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by trustee Tarpley, second by trustee Pinkerton. Any discussion? Student trustee?
Yes.
Eighteen point one, we have a first read on board policy.
So this whole section is.
2015.
Discussion,
Mm-hmm.
so
Yep. Nor at,
if you wanna talk about it, you can.
nope.
Nope.
Adjournment is adjournment. It is the intention of Victor Valley Community College District to comply with the American with Disabilities Act in all respects. A person with a disability may request that the agenda be made available in the appropriate alternative format. A request for a disability-related modification or accommodation may be made by a person with a disability who requires a modification or accommodation in order to participate in the public meeting Demonica Martinez, Victor Valley College, 18422 Bear Valley Road, Victorville, 92395-5849, 760-245-4271, extension 2455, from 8:30 a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m., Monday through Friday, at least 48 hours prior to the meeting to make reasonable arrangements under Government Code Section 54954.2. Do I have a motion under 19.1 to adjourn?
Motion.
Motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We are done.
We were trying to plan something over here. Brandon.
I give you guys.